very much.
This meeting is being recorded.
Thank you very much for welcoming us and starting us warmly. Isaac has opened for us the greeting, so kindly, as we have been doing, let us just acknowledge that we are in. Just a thumbs up to acknowledge that you can hear me, so that we start off from there. Then on the chat, we have been having a wonderful session to recap by just sharing what we picked out, our take homes, what was unique. I can see, Isaac, you've raised your hand. Would you like to unmute and okay, I see the hand is lowered. Okay, as I was saying, maybe we can share on the chat just to, what we picked up, what we learned yesterday, what we found to be something that we relearned, something that we had forgotten, but we had to relearn, and something that we want to unlearn, something that is not useful at the moment, especially as long as the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is concerned in terms of rules of origin. But ladies and gentlemen, before I just check on the responses, I want to emphasize that today we will have a small evaluation at the end of the session. Just so that we can see we are aligned, we can see whether we are meeting our objectives. So we'll have a brief evaluation, a small quiz that we'll have at the end of the session. Yesterday, I'm aware we had our breakout sessions, and I hear as I'm made aware that some people went to breakout rooms and they found themselves alone, and they were stuck, wondering how they are alone in mansions without others, without other neighbors. But I'm aware that we formed some WhatsApp groups and also breakout sessions in those ones. So kudos for that ingenuity. So just so that I clarify, we'll be having a quiz today, a small quiz just to check. I know sometimes we get jittery when we hear tests and quiz, but I can assure you, adult learning, there is usually no right or wrong answer. So we shouldn't worry so much. But remember, we'll have that at the end of our session. So kindly take that into consideration. So yes, kindly let us share what we learned yesterday, what we took home, what we found to be something that we found interesting, something that we learned, a new thing that we learned, something that we were reminded, we relearned, and something that we found that was not relevant for this particular session, and we had to unlearn. I'd love to hear that. Please don't get scared because I have mentioned the quiz. I don't see anyone speaking anything on the group. Thank you so much, Zahira. Wow, I love that. I wish that was even what we were closing this session with. Zahira says, "Good morning, all. I have learned that I have lots more to learn." And for, I mean, that is such a wonderful attitude that, there's so much out there to learn. Yes, Megan from South Africa agrees, and I think that is very important. Aika says that Annex 2, Appendix 4 was very clear. The calculations of material content on the AfCFTA, use of FOB value, ESC, use of CIF value, and other calculations were very clear. Kudos, thumbs up, Aika, for that, and for our trainer, and for all of us, thumbs up for that session. Guajilo, good morning to you. We'd like to see many more responses on what we picked up yesterday that we are taking home. Again, as I said, this is adult learning, so just that I've said that we'll have a quiz should not scare us from speaking out. And we are not saying the revenue administrations we are representing. Kindly please tell us which revenue administration you are representing so that we can be able to acknowledge that. Thank you very much for the responses that we have received. I acknowledge all of you. I know there were some that came in before we started this session, but please let's share some more. The countries that have not spoken today, Kenya, let's have someone say hi, tell us what they picked up from yesterday's session. You can even tell us what you expect today. That would be still fantastic. We have Botswana, Angola, Madagascar, Ethiopia, from everywhere. We want you to say hi. I believe we have not even had someone from Zimbabwe and Zambia this morning say hi. So please let's open this up. Let's do our thank you very much. Randy from Mauritius says the presentations were very engaging and informative. The worked examples also helped us give a good insight on how to deal with the rules of origin. Thank you very much for that. Randy from Mauritius. I absolutely love that we are peer learning, we are peer sharing, and that is absolutely fantastic because then we get to know the best practices. Indeed, let us learn from each other, let us network, let us build from each other. Mariam from URA says that she learned about the tariff concession in relation to the linear cuts. Okay, thank you, Mariam, very much for that. I hope all of us remember about the tariff concessions in relation to the linear cuts. Is there anyone who has raised their hand and they want to speak? I can hear some echo, so there must be another microphone on. If you have something to share, kindly just let us know. For those that are joining in, we are just touching up on what we learned yesterday, what we picked up, and what we are keeping. Thank you, Johannes from SARS. Welcome to the session. Sarai, yes, thank you to Randir for that. Guajilo says, I learned on the linear cut of tariff concessions after member states ratify the AfCFTA agreement, the 10 years for non-LDCs and 13 years for LDCs. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think that was key for yesterday. Then thank you so much, Mukuka. Mukuka from Zambia said the calculations helped to gain more knowledge, and this knowledge will be applied whenever necessary. Thank you very much. I'm sure even our facilitator would be very thrilled that we are, sharing that this is knowledge that is applicable, knowledge that we will use will be able to apply in our day-to-day work. We have Mutete from Zambia. And Mutete is saying that the presentation was very informative yesterday, and it was easy to see the results from the interactions that were there in the breakout session. Wonderful. Kudos to the team. Let's, give a round of applause to the team. I thought guys went to breakout rooms and found themselves alone, but this is encouraging that, the breakout sessions were successful. I'm happy about that. Florence says, good morning. Alzira from South Africa. Thank you so much, Alzira. She says, the sessions were excellent and a lot of learning was done. Although there is need for more practice, as we hardly have the African free trade exports, and saying that we'd love to prepare for when they come flying in. So it says because it's new in SA. So thank you for that, and I appreciate that we are actualizing. We are looking at how to implement this, and this is good learning. Tiziba Banda from Zambia says he learned a lot, especially with the practical questions presented in the group exercises. And the group discussion was very successful, and there was a lot of peer learning. And this is amazing. I love this. And as I said, for those that were here when we were beginning, I say, although the borders separate us, customs unites us. And this and this groupings, the way we are doing these sessions, this is networking on a very high level. And even as we prepare to move forward, then we are setting the base for this. So thank you very much, Tiziba, for that affirmation, and especially for the group work. I hope we all enjoyed going to our breakout sessions and doing the group exercises, and we are raring to go. Takaitzwa Zinyemba, unfortunately, you did not write your revenue authority, the revenue administration you're representing, but you have wished us all well. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Thank you so very much for the positive feedback in the morning, for the attention, for showing that you are in here, that you are not just here to be seen, but you are here to make a mark. And I believe, and for me, the most encouraging bit is that we are picking things that we'll be able to implement. And from the sentiments, everyone is raring to go in taking advantage of the Africa continental free trade area, and seeing how we can be able to be looped in. As customs administration, we cannot afford we cannot afford to be left behind. We need to be on the forefront, and I'm really encouraged that that is the way we are doing, and we are going in as far as rules of origins is concerned. Florence Zimba says she has learned a lot from the entire training session so far, especially with the calculations, and now she understands things better. That is amazing, Florence. Thank you so much for the positive feedback. Thank you so much, guys. I don't know if I have left anything out. Just for those that are coming in right now, I had made an early, submission that at the end of today's session, we will be having a small quiz just to evaluate whether there's value that we have added through this training. So please don't worry about it. Don't panic. It's something small, and I'm sure we'll be able to manage, but I think it's also important that we do. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I think we should not take up much more time, but just warmly, warm round of applause for our facilitator, warm round of applause for Queen Latifa Said Omar as she prepares to start this session. Can't see the wonderful. Now I can see the applause. Yes. Let's give a warm round of applause as Latifa takes up the session. And let's have a productive day. Latifa, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Katana, for the opening and also for the participants for sharing their what they learned yesterday. And also we can give Katana a round of applause for making sure we are all here. We learned something yesterday before it starts. So today we'll start off with looking at the class exercise that you were doing yesterday, either in the breakout rooms or in the WhatsApp group, or if you became a spaghetti ball and you are looking at the exercises by yourself. So we're going to go through them, and we'll if maybe you can remember each group, the members that are there, maybe we can have each group maybe answering 2 questions so that we save on time, because today I'm also trying to see if we can do advanced ruling today, which was slated for tomorrow, so that tomorrow we have more time to do the country presentation, and then we have a break before we get to listen to the webinar. So if members know who are their group members, we can let me upload the exercises so that we can be referencing to them, and also at least if we can get each group answering 2 questions, and also the members either confirming whatever way, maybe the way they have done the calculation is okay, or maybe the calculation needed to be updated. So we'll share that, so at least we save on time instead of each group presenting all the questions. So welcome to today's session. So let me share the exercises so that we can be working from there. So I hope you can see that was exercise 2. We can start with exercise 2. So we can get member from one of the groups to read for us and then give us the solution, and then we will concur the other members, and if maybe there's a different opinion or a different way that we did the calculation or the reasoning behind the answer, then we will share. So we start off, we can get one from any of the groups. So any volunteer to open for us the floor? Yes, Juliana? Stefano, you can open the floor for us. I think maybe Juliana is muted.
Sorry, I was failing to unmute.
Oh, it's okay. Okay, Juliana is back, and then
Can you
maybe
hear me now?
Stefano, you'll volunteer to answer maybe the next set. Yes, we can hear you, Juliana.
Thank you very much. This is talking about plastic boxes of heading 3923, which are manufactured from non-originating granules of plastics. The ex-works price is $40 per box, and the value of the material used, which is the granules, is $18 per box. So the rule there is the criteria is saying for them to qualify under preference, the boxes should have been manufactured from materials of any heading except that of the product, or manufacture in which the value of all the materials used does not exceed 60% of the ex-works price of the product. So if we look at the first criterion there, the granules do not fall under 3923, under heading 3923. So this one would qualify for preference using that particular criterion. Even if we go to the one on the in which the value of all the materials used does not exceed 60%. If you calculate the value of the granules used, $18 divided by the ex-works price, the percentage there is 45%, and 45% does not exceed 60%. So the
Yes,
plastic
Juliana.
boxes would be considered to be originating.
Okay, thank you so much, Juliana. I can see some reaction. I guess all the members found the same solution. So the plastic boxes had two specific product rules. So it had change in tariff heading, and then it had material content criteria. And remember, when there are two, it's or, so it's not a must to meet both of them. One is enough for the product to be given preferential treatment. So for the granules, so if anyone was able to get the HS heading for the granules. So the plastic granules is 901 or 3902 depending on the quality of the granules. So 3902, 3901 are different to the plastic boxes, which is 3923. So it qualifies for both the criteria, but when the plastic boxes are exported, it will only be quoted one of the criteria. So I hope we all were able to identify that the plastic boxes qualify for both the origin criteria. I can see there's some comments in the chat. I will handle them when we are done with the exercises. So don't feel that I've left out the comments. We'll look at them. So I think, Stefano, you are volunteering to do for us the next question. So Stefano, are you going to do for us question 2?
Yes, madam. I just want to see it on the screen. Okay, the table of heading 9405 are manufactured from the following non-originating materials. Now we see there are items and the values of non-originating materials, which are combined together to produce a table lamp. Okay. Next. So total value is 9.38. The table are sold at an XOX price of 20 USD. The chapter rule under Appendix 4 says manufacture in which the value of all materials used does not exceed 60% of the XOX price of the product. And heading 9403 goes with the two rules from the materials of any heading except that of the product, and from in which the value of all materials does not exceed 60% of XOX. So when you take the value of non-originating material 9.3 over the XOX price, 9.3, we see, sorry, 9.3, 20. We see that the value of non-ordinary material of 9.38 over the XOX, we get 0.469 equivalent to 46.9%, which is below the heading rule of 60% of the XOX, does not exceed 60% of the XOX of the product. So the product will be originating. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stefano, for that explanation. So we'll find that so 9405, so that will be under the chapter rule. So it says manufacture in which the value of all the material used does not exceed 60%. So the materials we were given are the ones that are non-originating, which is 9.38 over 20 times 100, and then that one will give us 46% when we round off, and that is less than 60%. So our product will qualify as originating. I think, Ranvir, you had raised your hand. Are you going to help us with the next question? All the members following, they were able to get the same conclusion for question 2, the table lamps. Okay, you can
Good
see
morning,
some
madam.
reaction. Yes, Ranvir, good morning to you.
Good morning, madam. Good morning, everyone. For the question 3, rails for railways of heading 7302 are manufactured from non-originating ingots of steel classified in heading 7206. The chapter rule for this finished product rails is that the manufacture from materials of any heading other than that of the product. The raw materials is classified under 7206, and when it is converted into the finished product, that is the rails, under the heading 7302, that means that the rule has been satisfied. So the finished product rails is classified as originating. It meets the rules of origin.
Okay, thank you so much, Ranvir.
Thank you.
I hope all
Thank
the
you.
member we agree with Ranvir that the specific rule is change in tariff heading for manufactured from materials of any heading other than that of the product, and our raw materials is classified under 7206, and our final product is 7302. So it means that our product will qualify as originating. I hope we are able to deduce that our rails for railway are originating. So any volunteer? Thank you so much, Randir, for question 4. So question 4. So any volunteer?
I can.
Yes,
Can
Rosalie?
you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So question 4. Iron nails of heading 7317 are manufactured from non-originating iron wire classified in heading 7217. And the rule is on chapter 73, articles of iron or steel manufactured from materials of any heading other than that of the product. And so the nails are originating because they have changed the heading. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Rosalie. So for the iron nails, the heading is 7317, and then they were produced from iron wire of 72. Chapter heading rule is that they should be manufactured from materials of any heading other than that of the product. So we can see there's change in tariff heading from 72 to 73. So our conclusion is that the iron nails are originating. Thank you so much, Roslyn. I saw there were hands that were raised. There was Juliet, there was Lenny, and there was Vivian. Maybe you are going to pick the next few questions that we have. Juliana, you have raised your hand. Okay. So who is taking the next question? So we have Juliana, Juliet, Lenny, Vivian.
Hello,
Any
good morning.
volunteer? Yes, Juliet, thank
Good
you.
morning.
Morning, I'm back. Sorry.
Okay. So it's going
Okay.
fast.
Okay, question 5. Wheels for toy tricycles of heading 9503 are manufactured from the following non-originating materials. Material number 1, iron plate of heading 7309, steel strip ending 7212, bushing heading 3926, solid tires heading 4012, vanish heading 3208. And the rule is for it to be originating, it should be manufactured from materials of any heading other than that of the product, or it should be manufactured in which the value of all the materials used does not exceed 60% of the hexworks price of the product. We can see that all the materials have different ending other than the heading of the final product. That is the 7209, 7212, 3926, 4012, 3208, which are all different from 9503. That's our product is originating. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Juliet. So the wheels for tricycles is 9503, and then the information that we have available is in relation to the non-originating materials HS classification or HS heading. So the chapter rule is that it's either manufacture from materials of any heading or manufacture in which the value of non-originating material does not exceed 60%. Since we don't have information relating to the values of the non-originating material, the ex-works price, so we will look at the first rule, which is manufactured from materials of any heading other than that of the product. And we can see that all the non-originating materials are of different heading to 9503. So our conclusion is that the wheels for toy tricycles are going to be originating. I hope everyone was able to see that. So all the HS are from even different chapters. So it means that our product is originating. Thank you so much, Juliet. Now we have, I think, Lenny, Vivian, Juliana. So those are the next three members who are going to assist us with the next three questions.
Question number 6.
Okay,
Um,
thank you.
the, the question is saying door locks of heading 8301 are manufactured from the following non-originating materials. We've got a steel plate of heading 7219, rivets of 7318, screws of heading 7318 again, nuts of heading 7318, steel bar of heading 7215, varnish of heading 3208, and lock mechanism of heading 8301. The rule for the chapter is manufacture from materials of any heading except that of the product. From the non-originating materials that were used, the lock mechanism is the same tariff heading as the door locks. So the door locks are treated as non-originating.
Okay, thank you so much. That was Vivian.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Vivian. So for the door locks, you'll find that it's chapter 8301, and we have the non-originating materials. Most of them are from different HS heading, but the lock mechanism is still from the same HS heading. And the chapter rule is that manufacture from materials of any heading except that of the product. So you'll find that it means since the lock mechanism has the same HS heading, then our product will not qualify as originating. And since the only applicable rule is the CTH, we cannot say we are going to start determining material content, but we can see if we can be able, if we had the X wax price, then we could have tried to see if tolerance rule will work. So X wax price, but we don't have it. So our conclusion is that it's not originating. But if we had the X wax price for this question, we could have checked whether it meets the tolerance of 15% of X wax price. So I hope that is okay. So if we had more information concerning the costing, we'll have attempted to see if tolerance will allow us to have the door locks originate. I hope we can note that. So there's tolerance in relation to change in tariff heading of 15%. So we could have used 1.5 and then over the X-Wax price, but we don't have that value. So we'll stop here. Maybe if we were going to verify the manufacturing, we could have asked for the information relating to the X-Wax price, and then we could have checked for tolerance rule. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So just keep in mind that we could have checked for tolerance, but we don't have all the information regarding the costing of the logs. So the next one, I think Juliana is next on the list. Oops. So Rosaline, your hand is still up. Okay, so let me reshare so that we can continue. So I think maybe Juliana was the next person to assist us with the next question. So we have seen question 6, so we could have checked for tolerance. Now we are in question 7. So he's volunteering. Juliana, are you still in line to assist us with question 7? Or with Nesh, you want to assist us with question 7? Any volunteer for question 7? Godwin, yeah, please.
Okay. Thank you, Latifa, for this. It has been a long time.
Yeah.
So for question 7, steel wire of heading 7217 is manufactured from non-originating bus of steel of heading 7213. From above steel of a value of USD 24, a steel wire for USD 40 is manufactured. The chapter rule for chapter 72, iron and steel, manufactured from materials of any heading other than that of the product. Now, from my own understanding, I'm going to confirm origin of this product based on two factors here. First, I'm going to check on the classification of the raw material as well as the classification of the final product, because the rule is testing CTH criterion. So if the raw material, which is a steel bar, is 7213, I'm presuming that the process that was done on this steel bar was substantial for us to get a steel wire, because when you hear a steel wire from a steel bar, the process has to be that substantial, where it maybe it underwent the cold rolling aspect, they reduced the thickness, and we arrived at 7217, which is a steel wire. So for this, I think the question is direct. The product will originate under change in tariff heading, as far as the question is concerned. I submit.
Okay, thank you so much, Godwin. So you'll find that the steel wire from 7270 is produced from non-originating bars of steel from HS heading 7213. And the chapter heading is that manufacture from materials of any heading except of the product. So there's change in tariff heading from 7213 to 7217. Those one may be tempted to see that we have the value of the non-originating material as 24 and the ex-works price as 40 and may be tempted to look at tolerance rule. But for this case, you don't need to look at tolerance rule. It's for you when you go to do the verification, you look at the process. Was the process sufficient enough to lead to that small HS heading change? Remember, when we say change in tariff heading, even if it's 7216 to 7217, that's a change in tariff heading. For us, is only to confirm that the process that was done was sufficient process. So for this one, we will maybe we'll get further insight when we do the actual verification to see how that steel wire was produced from the steel bars. As Godwin has mentioned, maybe there was rolling, there was heating, and maybe reduction of the steel bar until we got the manufacturer got the steel wire. So for that, we will just be on the lookout when we go to do the verification to confirm that the process that was being done is a sufficient process. Thank you so much, Godwin, for pointing out that sometimes when we do the actual verification, then we'll get more insight in determining the origin of the product. So thank you so much, Godwin. We move on to the next, unless someone has a question or any comment for question 7. So we move on. Question 8. Any volunteer? Any volunteer to look for us number 8? There was Juliana who had raised their hand, Birnesh, any other volunteer, so that we are trying to. Godwin has raised their hand. We give Godwin another chance, because also we still, you can say, a packed day for today, and then in the afternoon we'll have to maybe finish up on the country's presentation. So it's going to be a very long day for all of us. So we try as much as possible so that we do the question. Okay. Yes, Godwin, you can assist us with number 8, and then hopefully
Okay.
we'll get other volunteers for the other questions.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Latifa, for giving me the second chance to attempt the question. Now the question reads: boxes of heading 4415 are manufactured from the following non-originating materials: boards of wood not cut to size, rivets of metal, corner and border fittings of metal, glue varnish. We have a glue, we have a varnish. X chapter 44 reads wood and articles of wood. We have wood charcoal. Now, what is the conferring criteria? Manufacture from materials of any heading except that of the product. Keeping in mind that this rule come because of the non-originating aspects. Now, first of all, we need to understand the classification of all these non-originating materials. Because without us understanding where they are being classified, we can't test the material, the change in tariff criteria. So I presume that for boards of wood not cut to size, I presume that they fall as per the harmonized system, they fall between chapter 4401 to 4410. We need to find the correct classification. I think the team members can try to classify the first product. The rivets of metal, when we mention metal, this chapter 72 or 73 of the harmonized system. We have corner and the border fittings of metal. I presume as well this is falls under chapter 72 of the harmonized system, where metals are found. Glue, glue, this is chapter 35 of the harmonized system, specifically chapter 35, I think 3506. Varnish is like a paint. This is chapter 32, 3208. That's where we find the varnish. Now, given that all these raw materials are coming from the different classification, the first 4 digits are coming from, they are different. Then for me, my submission would be the boxes of heading 4415 are going to originate under the change in tariff heading, because the HS codes of the materials and the HS code of the final product, they fall in different category. Then there's no HS heading that fall under the same as the final product. Therefore, product will be originating. I submit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Godwin. So for the boxes, since we were given the materials without their HS classification, so we'll need first to identify their classification, and then now we will relate to the chapter rule, which is manufacture from materials of any heading, and we find that all the materials are coming from different headings. So our boxes is going to qualify as originating. So thank you so much. I hope we are following everyone. We move on to question 9. I think I saw Adela who had raised their hand. So Adela, I hope you are volunteering to do for us question 9. So Adela, you had raised your hand. I hope you can hear me, everyone. Any other volunteer to check for us? Question 9. Yesterday we had some spaghetti balls that missed their groups. Maybe one of them can volunteer to assist us with question 9.
Good morning.
Morning, Juliet.
Can I proceed?
Yes, please.
Question number 9, chloride of heading 29 from the following non-originating material. Benzoic acid, HS heading is 29.16, and the price for that was 17 USD. Hydrochloric acid, okay. Hydrochloric acid, HS 2808, and its price was 23 USD. Nitric acid was HS heading 2808, and its price was 2. The chloride is sold at an ex-works price of 100 USD per 100 kgs. When we check on the material, go up a bit. Okay, sorry. Yeah, we have benzoic acid. It's sharing the same heading with the product, the final product, but the other two acids have different headings. On the rule, when we go to the rule of chapter 29, it's saying that manufacture from the materials of any heading except that of the product, or manufacture in which the value of the materials used does not exceed 60% of the ex-works price of the product, or chemical processing rule as per introductory note 8 of this appendix. We have two ways of checking on this. Number one, we can check on the tolerance rule. We can also check on rule number 2. When we go to the tolerance rule, we have the material which is sharing the same heading with the final product, which is the benzoic acid. We can calculate the percentage in which it has, that is the 17 out of the 100, and we are getting around 17%. Of course, which is more than 15%, so it's 17%. We can also look at the material used, that is the rule number 2. We can as well check the next rule. Please go down a bit. Manufacture in which the value of the materials used does not exceed 60% of the hectare price of the product. So we can get the total calculation of all the materials used, and we check whether it exceeds 60% of the hectare price. That is a 23, 25 plus 25 plus 17. And then we divide by 100%. Sorry, 100, giving us 42%. And now the 42% is less than 60% of the hexworks price. From where I am, because our analysis is giving us two different and leading us to two different destinations. I would go as per the rule number 2 because it's the one which we've been given, that the product originates because the value of the material does not exceed 60%. However, yeah, that's my take. The rule number 2, the material, the chloric acid, the chloride originate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Juliet. So the chloride has chapter 29 has 3 criteria, and remember, when we use all, it means it doesn't have to meet all, it can be any. So the first one was the change in tariff heading, but we found that one of the material is having the same tariff heading. So to see if maybe we can give it origin status, is we can try to use tolerance. And remember, tolerance is supposed to be less than 15%, but we got 17%, so it means that it will not originate. And then when we look at the second one, which is material content criteria, so the total non-originating material is 17 plus 23 plus 2, which is 42, and then over x works of 100 times 100, which gives us 42%. So 42% is less than 60. So under the material content criteria, it originates. And then maybe if we are able, when we look at the verification, when we go for the verification and we are able to establish the chemical processing rules as per note 8, then we can also give it origin status. So it is going to originate if we are able to establish the specific process that has been carried out. So Ranvir, you are saying, can we apply the chemical processing rule though one input HS is the same as the finished product? Yes, Ranvir. So you'll find that all these rules are independent of each other. So if it does not meet change in tariff heading, we don't say that it's not originating. We have to see if it will meet the other criteria. And at least we have seen with the information we have been provided, it has met the material content criteria or the value of non-originating material. For the chemical processing rule, if it meets the specific process when we go to do the verification, then it will also be meeting the 2 criteria. But you'll find that when the product is exported, it's only one of the criteria that is going to be quoted in the certificate of origin. So the manufacturer will be advised that when you export this product, this is the criteria that you're going to give when you're exporting the product. Thank you, Ranvir, for commenting on that. So Stefano, you'll find that if the criteria are met, you will advise the manufacturer to use the criteria that is least, that is going to be kind of cause doubt in the import country. You'll find that maybe for the change in tariff heading, maybe if they were able to meet tolerance rule, maybe the value of the non-originating material with the same HS was less than 15%. But you'll find that it can raise doubt in the import country. So you are better off advising the manufacturer or the producer to actually use the material content criteria or the value of non-originating material. So you will better advise them to use the second one, because this one will raise less doubt compared if maybe the change in tariff heading where we are determining in relation to tolerance rule, if it had less than 15%. So you will advise the one that will cause less doubt in the import country. Because remember, in the import country, they're losing on the revenue from those products when they're imported into their country. So for them, if there's any doubt, they may be ready to stop those goods, maybe try to get more information, or maybe you can say frustrate. So you find that it's better to advise the producers to use a criteria that will raise less doubt in the import country. So that's my take, Stefano. Okay, thank you. So any question so far in relation to the exercise? I know there are some comments that are not relating to the exercise, but we'll handle them after the exercise. So don't worry that you put a comment or a question and it has not been checked. We'll look at them after we are done with the exercises. So we move on to question 10. Any volunteers? So if we can get more volunteers so that at least everyone has participated and we can convince Maureen that we deserve the certificate that they're going to issue to us. Thank you, Francis. So Francis, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Let me attempt question 10. Letterboxes of heading 7419 are manufactured from the following non-originating materials. That is copper plate with the HS heading 7409, costing 1.80 USD. Rivet HS heading 7415 USD 0.12. Soldering material HS heading 83 1 0.12 USD. Insert of plastic HS heading 39 26 0.60 USD. Box of paperboard HS heading 48 19 0.15 USD. The total value 2.79 USD. Ex-works price USD 6. Low chapter 24. Copper and article of thereof. Manufactured from material of any heading other that of the product, or manufacture in which the value of all the material used does not exceed 6% of the ex-works price of the product. Our ex-works is 6 USD. Our non-originating inputs is USD 2.79. So non-originating is 46%, 46.5%, which is less than 60% of our ex-works price. So there is a change in tariff heading, and the ex-works is less than 60%. So originating. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Francis. So find that the letter boxes of heading 7419 are manufactured from the non-originating materials. And then we have the non-originating materials coming from different HS heading. And also we have their value. So the non-originating materials is 2.79, and the, sorry, this is, let me just, so this is 6, not 60. So sorry for that. So it says that The ex-works price is 6. So you're told that manufacture from materials of any heading other than that of the product. So change in tariff heading. So it says that the non-originating material should be different to the final product. So the final product is 74.19, while our non-originating is 74.09, 74.15, 83.11, 39.26, 48.19. So 74.09 is a different heading to 74.19. So it will meet the change in tariff heading. And then for the material content criteria, it should not exceed 60%. And we find that we had non-originating material is 2.79 over 6 times 100, which is 46%. So this one is less than 60%, so it will qualify. So you'll find that when there are two originating criteria that are applicable to the product, you'll find that we will try to advise the manufacturer to use the origin criteria that raises less doubt, because you'll find that for the first one of CTH, it has met CTH, but we'll find that from 7409 to 7419, maybe the process was not sufficient enough. So instead of advising them to use criteria that may raise doubt, you just rather advise them to use the material content criteria, because already it's 46.5, which is way below 60%. So this one will not raise doubt as compared to the change in tariff heading, because now people will look at 7409. So maybe the process is insufficient, so there's doubt that is going to be raised. So better off advising them to use a criteria that is that raises less doubt, so that they can be able to benefit. So thank you so much, Francis, for assisting us with question 10. So we move on. Question 11. Any volunteer? I hope you are all following. There is no maybe clarification. So question 11, we are almost done with the first exercise. Some around 1, 2, 3. So around 3 questions that are remaining. So if we are done with the first exercise, so any volunteer? Any volunteer for question 11, 12, and 13? Or if you are comfortable doing question 13, you can let us know so we can jump to 13. We'll come back to 11 and 12. So 3 questions remaining, and at least I think we can say we can clap for ourselves. We have come so far. We have done 10 questions, and we have looked at all the possibilities in the information that we have been provided with, because we have seen that the change in tariff heading, we have gone ahead to look at tolerance. And for the other one, we have seen maybe we will need to look at the process, if it's sufficient or not. So you find that we have gone very far from where we came from. I think Ngoni, you had raised your hand. Volunteers?
Yes,
Question
hello.
Hello. Thank you.
I can do question 11, I think.
Okay, thank you.
So, fans of heading 8414 are manufactured from the following non-originating materials: fan hub, HS heading 8414, costing 14 USD. Motor, HS heading 8501, costing 40 USD. Different materials, not HS heading 8414, costing 20 USD. Total value being 74. The fans are sold at an ex-works price of 200 US dollars per fan. The criterion on 8414 is that manufacture in which the value of all the materials used does not exceed 60% of the ex-work price of the product. So in this case, we are going to say 74, and we divide it by 200, and we are going to have 0.37 times 100. That will give us 37%, and the 37% is less than 60. So I would say that they are originating. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ngoni, for volunteering to take up question 11. So the information provided for the funds is it's HS 8414, and then we have the non-originating materials, which add up to 74, and then the ex-works price is 200, and the heading or criteria that is applicable is manufacture in which the value of material used does not exceed 60% of the ex-works price of the product. So it's the only applicable criteria is material content criteria. So it doesn't matter whether the non-originating material have the same HS, because they don't even have the change in tariff heading as a criteria. So for us, it's just to look at material content, and our non-originating material is 74, our ex-works price is 200, and we multiply by 100, we get 37%, which is less than 60%. So it means that the funds are going to be qualifying as originating. Thank you so much, Ngoni. So we move on to the next question, question 12.
Maybe I can take number 12.
Yes, please, Vivian.
Those of heading 7419 are manufactured from the following non-originating materials. We've got a copper plate of heading 7409 for $60. Log ETC of chapter 83, $37. Pressed parts, HS heading 7419, $18. The total value, which is 115. The doors are sold at an ex-works price of USD $200 per piece. The criterions there for chapter 74, we've got manufacture from materials of any heading other than that of the product. From the non-originating materials there, we've got press the parts of chapter heading 7419, which is the same heading as the doors. So, and we can also look at the tolerance on this one, which is 18 divided by 200, which gives us 9%. That's 18 over 200, which gives us 9%. The second criterion there is manufacture in which the value of all the materials used does not exceed 60% of the ex-work price of the product. The total value of non-originating materials is 115. over 200, which gives us 57.5%. So from these calculations, the jaws are considered as originating.
Thank you so much, Vivian. So the dose are of HS7419, and we have the originating material. One of the material has the same HS heading, 7419, and the chapter rules are manufactured from materials of any heading other than that of the product. So that's basically CTH. And then manufacture in which the value of all material used does not exceed 60% of the ex-works price. So you find that uh, it does not meet the first criteria, the change in tariff heading. So we look at tolerance. And for the tolerance, you find that it's 9%. So it means that we will qualify it as originating because of tolerance. And then the second criteria is material content, and that it should not exceed 60%. And it was 57.5%. So it means it qualifies for material and content criteria. So thank you so much, Vivian, for attempting for us question 12. I hope all the members are following. And then we have the last question for this exercise, question 13. So volunteer to do for us question 13. So I'll try to attempt it. So shirts of heading 6205 are manufactured from originating materials. That's fabric of cotton and the following non-originating materials. So non-originating material, we have stiffening textile material of cotton, heading 6217, sewing thread, buttons of plastics, plastic bag, and then the shirts are sold at an ex-works price of 10 per shirt. So the chapter heading, articles of apparel and clothing accessories not knitted or crocheted, manufacture from yarn, subject to review after 5 years. So it says manufacture from yarn, so it's a specific process. So if we are using non-originating materials, that originating material should be a yarn. I hope you can see. So it's kind of like a specific process highlighting the materials to be used. So it's saying it has to be manufactured from yarn. So we are using stiffening textile material. So it's a material we are not using yarn. So this one means that our shirt will not qualify as originating, because if we are using non-originating material, the material should be yarn and not textile material. So I hope that we are able to pick that. So this is a specific process identifying a specific material to be used. So any question on the first exercise that we have done? I hope at least we have been able to pick the different aspects when determining the origin. So if there are more than 2 originating criteria or origin rules, we just pick one. It doesn't have to meet all the three. And also change in tariff heading. If we have to rely on tolerance, it's okay. But if maybe that product has CTH and another rule, then it's preferable to use the other rule other than the CTH with tolerance. So any question from exercise 1? Can move to exercise 2. I hope we'll get more volunteers to help us with exercise 2. So that's the exercise 2. So any volunteers for exercise 2? So thank you, Naomi, for opening the floor for us.
Hello.
Hello, Naomi.
Okay. Question number 1 says a farmer in Namibia imports 1 week old chickens from Germany. Are eggs laid in Namibia by those chickens considered to be originating in Namibia? The eggs laid in Namibia by imported chickens. The rule requires that animals be born and raised in the country to qualify. Since the chickens were imported, their eggs are not wholly obtained. So eggs are non-originating in Namibia. Thank you.
Thank you, Naomi. Any comment in relation to the eggs that were laid in Namibia? So remember, eggs are product of live animals. So we'll need to go to, yes, Barbara, you have raised your hand.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning to you.
Yes, I actually wanted to differ a bit from what she has given us because yes, the chicks are imported from what? The chicks are imported from Germany. But I'm saying according to Article 5, 1D, products of some of these items raised in Namibia. So I'm looking at actually the eggs. Yes, the chicks were got when they were young, but they have been raised in Namibia. So that's me actually, I would think it would qualify for origin unless I stand to be corrected.
Okay, thank you,
Thank
Barbara.
you.
So Barbara has a different view to what Naomi has shared. So are we all in agreement the eggs are originating or the eggs are not originating? Other members? Yes. Okay, Alzira is saying Rukia originating. Ruby also originating. Zahira, Sai, Stephanie, Stefano, Andaka, Ronald, Sandra. So I think Naomi from the Appendix 4 also we need to be able to still look at Annex 2. So we find that in Annex 2, Article 5, it tells us for products from live animals. So the eggs are products from live animals. It says born and, sorry, not born and raised, but products from live animals raised therein. So if we raise an animal in our state party, then the products, the live products from live animals will be considered originating. So that include milk, include eggs, include maybe if we make cheese, if we make yogurt, then those ones are going to be considered originating because they were taken from live animals. So the chicks, when they grow up, they are non-originating, but the eggs are going to be originating because they were raised in the state party. So I think Naomi, so remember when you're looking at Appendix 4, you still need to look at Annex 2 to supplement or to complement the rules. Otherwise, if we just look at Appendix 4 and we forget about Annex 2, we may not be able to come to the correct conclusion. So Naomi, please note that in Annex 2, Article 5, it says product from live animals raised therein. So for the product is just raised therein. Thank you, Naomi. At least now people are engaging because people were trying to it's like we were talking to ourselves. So at least now people are up. So I think we'll be able to finish the second exercise in record time so that we can look at what we are supposed to look at today plus the quiz. So Darlene, you have raised your hand.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I was raising my hand in relation to question 2.
Oh, okay.
So when you look at this question, we're basically looking, the question has asked as, sorry, please project the question.
There it is.
No, you're on 1, on 2. On 1, I concurred with you. On 2, what I'm seeing on my screen is question 1.
Yes. Oh, you wanted to do question 2 for us, Darlene?
Yeah.
Okay, so question 2 is there.
So the question is asking whether the offcuts and metal fillings resulting from the production process in Nigeria are the offcuts and metal filings resulting from such a production process in Nigeria originating products of that country. Now this takes us back again to Annex 2. When we look at what is considered wholly obtained, you find that scrap and waste resulting from manufacturing operations therein are considered as wholly obtained. As such, the offcuts and the metal filings will be considered as originating in Nigeria because they are scrap and waste resulting from the manufacturing operations therein.
Okay, thank you so much, Darlene. So for question 2, the offcuts, these are waste from manufacturing process. So in Annex 2 says that scrap and waste from manufacturing are also part of wholly obtained goods. So it means these offcut which are waste are going to be considered as originating. Thank you so much, Darlene, for that. I see, Sai, you had raised your hand. Are you going to assist us with question 3?
Yes. A producer in Madagascar distilled fragrant vanilla and other plants to produce essential oil of these plants. The plants were grown in Madagascar. Is the essential oil originating under the wholly obtained rules in Madagascar? Yes, the essential oils are originating since all of the products were grown in Madagascar.
Okay, thank you, Sai. We all in agreement? So Teresa is saying originating. Megan, Twete. Okay. So thank you, Sai. So, but also we need to keep in mind If a country has not yet ratified the agreement, we consider it as a third party. But still it will be originating in Madagascar. Remember, we have other regional economic community arrangement with Madagascar. So we have SADC. So it will be originating. So will be, if it's us who are in this training, we are going to be trading with Madagascar, then will be COMESA. So it will be originating under COMESA, originating under EAC. But if the essential oil is going to be exported maybe to Senegal, then it will not be exported under preferential terms under AfCFTA. So if a country has not yet ratified, it's treated as a third party. But luckily, we have other arrangement with Madagascar. So COMESA, most of the EAC members are covered there, 8 of them. Not 8, 7 of the 8 members, and then Tanzania is covered under SADC. So basically, the essential oil will be originating under COMESA and under SADC, but for the AfCFTA, not yet. We are waiting for Madagascar to ratify the AfCFTA. So thank you so much, everyone. So for COMESA, SADC, we are going to be able to give the essential oil preferential treatment, but for the AfCFTA, we are waiting for Madagascar to ratify the agreement. So we move on. Question 4. So question 4. Yes, Ivy. So Ivy, I also see Tendai, you had raised your hand. So any volunteer? So if someone goes ahead to answer the question, you will answer the next one. Edwin also has raised their hand. So whoever unmutes first can answer for us, and then the others will continue in the next questions.
Thank you. Question 4 says that a farmer in Kenya raises chickens from eggs imported from Germany. The chickens are slaughtered and the chicken fillets are packed in Kenya for export. Are the chicken fillets considered to be originating from Kenya? That is our question. And I would say yes, the chickens were born and raised in Kenya, meaning that the products from them, the chicken fillets, are wholly obtained from Kenya. And as such, the fillets are originating in Kenya. That is under Article 51D. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Edwin, for that. Are we in agreement? Okay, thank you, Gift. You can say Gift is also saying originating. Rukia, Florence, I can see Megan, Zahira, Namayanja, Consolata, Mutale. So I think we are in agreement. So it says eggs. So remember the eggs when they hatch. So it means the chicken will have been born in Kenya. So you can see everyone is in agreement. So the eggs when they hatch in Kenya, so that chicken becomes born and then they were raised in Kenya, and now the fillet are going to be considered originating. Thank you so much, Edwin, for that. Question 5. Question 5.
Can I answer question 5?
Yes, please.
Okay. So question 5 says a producer in Tanzania mixes spices grown in Pakistan with spices grown in India. With spices grown in India to produce a bag of mixed spices. Is the bag of mixed spices originating in Tanzania? The bag of spices is not originating because packaging does not confer origin.
Thank you so much, Florence. So I find that the bag of mixed spices is not going to be originating because they mix the spices. Remember, some of the spices are coming from Pakistan and India. So those are non-originating spices. And when they are mixed, mixing is an insufficient process, and then they are put in a bag. So that also an insufficient process. So thank you so much, Florence, for that. We have seen the insufficient process in play in this case. So it's just mixing. So you find that Article 7 guides us on those simple processes. Mixing, assembly, packaging, putting in bags, breaking of consignment, all those are insufficient process. So thank you so much. And also I see there were members agreeing or seconding that the mixed spices is not originating. So thank you so much, everyone. Question 6. So Edwin, and then
Question 6.
Tai will take
We are
the
seeing
next
that
question. Yes,
a
Edwin.
factory ship. Yeah, we are seeing that a factory ship from Ghana processes, packages, and stores tuna that has been caught outside from territorial waters of Ghana by a fleet fishing vessel flying the flag of France. Is this tuna considered to be originating in Ghana under the wholly obtained rules? Here, I will say that basing on the nature of the process, if the operation is strictly limited to simple mixing and the blending packaging, the
Edwin, you have unmuted yourself. Edwin, we have lost you. So I've seen, I think Tendai in the chat is assisting you. So he's saying not originating. Also, Zahira is saying not originating. So, Lisel, you're saying that originating. So you'll find that Ronald also not originating. So you'll find that a factory ship from Ghana processes, packages, and stores tuna. So more members are saying not originating. Sorry, Edwin, I think we lost audio from you. So you'll find that it has a vessel that is flying the flag of France. So already the vessel has to fly the flag of a state party, and France is not a state party. So it means that whatever is going to be brought in from high seas is not going to be originating. So the tuna is not originating in Ghana. So thank you so much, everyone, for assisting Edwin, because we lost his audio. So we continue. Volunteer for question 7. So Ivy, you've raised your hand. Or Sai. So whoever unmute first. I think Adela has said
Morning.
something.
Good morning. I can do
Good
number
morning.
7.
Yes, Tendai.
A farmer in Zimbabwe produces tomatoes from seeds imported from the United Kingdom. The tomatoes are supplied to a supermarket in Kenya. Are the tomatoes considered to be originating in Zimbabwe? I've said the tomatoes originate from Zimbabwe because they are grown in Zimbabwe.
Okay, thank you so
Are
much,
fully
Tendai.
produced. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the seeds are brought in from UK, but now, as Adela says in the chat, we recognize agricultural product as wholly obtained in the country where they are grown and harvested. So it says grown and harvested. So the seeds were grown, they were put on land, and then they grow, and we got the tomatoes. So the tomatoes are going to be considered originating despite the seeds themselves coming from the UK. So thank you so much, everyone. So I can see more members are agreeing that it's originating. Our Zimbabwean colleagues are agreeing. Is it because we have mentioned Zimbabwe, or is it because we are now active in answering the exercises? Okay, thank you, Francis, Juliana, and Ranzir, Banda. So everyone, thank you so much. So we continue. So question 8, volunteer.
I can take number 8. It's
Sandra?
reading compression ignition. Internal combustion engines are manufactured in South Africa and exported to Senegal. The final product has a classification of 840820. The engine block is imported from Thailand, 840999, and other parts imported from the US, 840999. The value of the imported parts is 65% of the ex-works price of the final product. Is the final product originating in South Africa? And we have said not originating from South Africa because of the value of material used exceeding 60% of the ex-works of the final product. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sandra. So for question 8, I can see also the members agreeing, Johannes and Kadu agreeing. So compression ignition, internal combustion engines. So we are given that the imported part is 65% of the ex-works price. And I assume that we were able to look at Appendix 4 in relation to 8409 to see which is the applicable rule. And I can see you said the applicable rule was it should not exceed 60%. And for our example, it's 65%. So it means it's going it will not be originating because it has exceeded the set limit of 60%. So we move on to question 9. So question 9.
Question 9 reads, precious metal jewelry is manufactured in the Democratic Republic of Congo, the finished product of HS 7113.19 is made of gold bands of 7113.19 originating in Sudan, valued at 55%, and hooks and clasps from the US from 7113.19, valued at 7% of the ex-works price of the final gold good, is the jewelry originating in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And we have said the jewelry originates from DRC on using cumulative rule, and that the imported one from Sudan is only 7% of the ex-works. So we have said the jewelry originates from DRC. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tendai, for that. I can see there's Ronald saying it's not originating. Johannes is agreeing. Ronald, maybe you can let us know the differing view in relation to this precious metal. Sandra is saying originating, non-originating Alzira. So the non-originating, maybe you can also tell us, and maybe we can be able to change our mind that it's not originating but non-originating. So any volunteer who has seen it is non-originating to give us more insight.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Ronald?
Okay, the final product, first is that the final product is gold, and then if you see the percentage of the gold band imported from Sudan is 55%, and then that imported from US is 7%. So you added the 7% and then the 55%, which goes up to 62%, which is above the ex-work price. And then also if you see the HS code of the finished product and then the imported product, they are the same. That's how I understood it.
Okay, so thank you, Ronald, for that. So anyone who wants to add on why it's not originating? So Faraj is saying there's concept of cumulation for materials from Sudan, which makes competition of non-originating element to be less than 60%. A composition, okay, thank you, Faraji. So composition to be less than 60%. So Ivy is saying chapter rule of chapter 71 requires the change in tariff rule to be fulfilled. So let me go to appendix 4 so that we can see the exact rule. So control find 71. So 71, I think there are some exceptions. So we can see if 7113 is an exception or we are going to use the chapter rule. So 7113. So those are chapters 71. So let's see if we get 7113. So there's no exception for 7113. So it means we're going to use the chapter rule. So the chapter rule says that for the description of the goods is either manufactured from materials of any heading other than that of the product. So we have change in tariff heading, or we have manufacture from materials used does not exceed 60% of the ex-works price of the product. So we have seen 7113 takes the general chapter rule because it's not having an exception separately. So we go back to our question. So this one is our question. So it says manufacture from materials of any heading except of the product. So the clamps and hooks from the US is the same heading. So it means it does not qualify under change in tariff heading. But also, depending on where this precious metal jewelry is going to be exported to, it will determine. So if the exporting DLC is a member of EAC, COMESA, SADC. So DLC is going to be exporting. If exporting to COMESA members, EAC members, and SADC members. So for COMESA, Sudan is a member of COMESA. So that one will be originating because of their accumulating, and then tolerance rule is 7%. So if they're exporting to COMESA country, it will qualify. For SADC countries, so Sudan is not a member of SADC. So it means both of them and if the change in tariff heading is a criteria under SADC for this chapter, then this one, it means it's not going to be originating. So we'll need to look at material content criteria under the AfCFTA if they plan to export maybe to West Africa. So you'll find that Sudan is not has not yet ratified, so materials from Sudan are considered non-originating under the AfCFTA. So it means the materials that are non-originating is 55%, but plus 7%. So it means under the AfCFTA, the jewelry is not originating. So we'll need to look at maybe COMESA. So if they are going to export to COMESA countries, so it means that it will qualify because it will be only 7% if the change in tariff heading. So the 7% is because of tolerance rule. So I think we can also look at the different aspect that Sudan is yet to ratify. So it's going to be considered as non-originating material. But now, depending on where the goods are going to be exported to, if they are going to be exported under COMESA, then they may qualify, or exported under ESC, depending on the specific rule in EAC or in SADC. But for the AfCFTA, it's not going to originate because Sudan is yet to ratify. So I hope we are clear on that. Okay, thank you, Tendai, for that. So question 10. Welcome, Ikfai. So question 10, volunteer. So we have a few, and at least we are going on well. Okay, yes, Sai.
Okay, question 10. A sorting machine is produced in Morocco. The machine contains a number of originating materials, but also a non-originating electric motor and a non-originating switches. The value of the electric motor and the switches is 35% of the ex-works price of the final machine. Is a sorting machine originating in Morocco? I think there are two rules which is being satisfied here. One is a change in the tariff ruling, in the tariff headings, and second is the value of the non-originating material is less than 60%. Therefore, the machine is originating.
Okay, thank you, Sai, for that. Are we in agreement? Okay, thank you. I can see Tetwe is agreeing. Ronald is saying originating. So we have two chapter rules. So you can see we are all in agreement. So thank you, Sai, for that. So it's material content of 60%, which we have 35%, and then the change in tariff heading. So thank you so much. I can see we are all agreeing that is originating. So we move on to question 11. So volunteer, question 11. Any volunteer? We are almost there. You can pick also a question that we have not yet done if you are comfortable in the other questions, and we'll continue. So Ronald saying originating from Rwanda. So Ronald is saying question 11, the catalytic converters are originating from Rwanda. Are we in agreement? So were we able to pick the rule in Appendix 4 concerning catalytic converters? So let me see, 84. So there are some exception. Let's see, 8421. So let's see if 8421 is in the exception list. 8421 is part of the exception. So 8421 32. So 8421, which take the heading rule, manufacture in which the value of material used does not exceed 60% of the ex-works price of the product, and the value of non-originating material is 30%, so it qualifies. So thank you so much. I can see more members adding the comment in the chat. Thank you, Francis. So question 12, any volunteer? So that we can take a break and then we continue with our presentations. Okay, Ivy is saying question 12 is originating. So are we all in agreement? Question 12. So we can, okay, Sandra is saying we are in agreement. So let's see, 87, what's the origin? So 87, so 8715. So I think the exception, so we check if there is 8715 is part of the exception. If not, we go back to the general chapter heading. So 8715 is a exception. So manufacture in which the value of all material used does not exceed 60% of the ex-works price. So 60%, and we are told their value is 50%. So it's less than. So thank you, Vivian. I can see there are more comments relating to question 12. So Ronald is saying there is no change in heading, but remember the rule that for 8715 it says manufacture in which the value of the all material used does not exceed 60%. So we don't have the change in tariff heading as a rule. So I think, Ronald, you can take note of that. It only has one rule, which is material content criteria. Okay. So we move on to question 13. So soap bars with aloe vera extract. So volunteer, question 13. So you can go to 3401 to see what's the rule, so that when we get a volunteer, we are able to make the decision quickly. So 3401, 34. So Sandra is saying originating, and that's changing tariff heading. So are we in agreement? So 3401. So it only has the chapter rules, so there are no exception. So it says manufacture from materials of any heading except of the product, so that's CTH, or manufacture from materials, the value of non-originating material should not exceed 60% of the ex-works price. Also, there's a chemical processing rule. So it has 3 rules, and remember, it doesn't have to meet all the rules. So our soap bars is 3401. The non-originating material, we have 1522. Saying non-originating. So 1522, we have 3824, we have 33, and then we have 3401. No, and local originating soap basis. So this one is originating, sorry. So the local originating soap basis. So this one is originating material. So just take note of the origin of the material. So it says local originating soap basis. So this one is originating material. So it's not going to form our analysis to determine the origin of the goods. So we have our aloe vera, the soap itself, the final product, and then our non-originating materials is from Australia. So from Australia, 15, from US, 38, from India, 33. So I hope we can be able to see. So the one for 3401 is originating material. So for CTH, it meets CTH. And then for the material content, it's supposed to be 60%. So we have 16 plus 35 plus 10. So 35 plus 16, that 51 plus 10, 61. So it means, and the material content is not originating, but it originates under change in tariff heading. And if maybe we can establish there was a chemical processing, then we can also qualify it as originating. So non-originating under material content, originating under CTH, and for the chemical processing, we have to verify the process that was conducted. So for the ones who are saying non-originating, I hope it's in relation to material content, and the ones who are saying originating, it's in relation to change in tariff heading, because the 3401 is a local material. So I hope you're okay for question 13. We move on to question 14. So question 14. So volunteer for question 14. Any volunteer? As we wait for a volunteer, we can look at Appendix 4 on the criteria for 8415. Okay, there's non-originating from Sandra. I think also Chavina, you're saying non-originating. So let me see the chapter rule, 8415. So 8415, the exception. Okay, 15 is here. So it says manufacture in which the value of all material used does not exceed 60%. So non-originating, non-originating, non-originating because it exceeds 60%. So we have a material from Japan of 50 plus an additional 11% of the ex-works price are materials of undetermined origin. So it means the non-originating material is 61%. So it's going to be non-originating. So thank you so much, everyone. We move on to 15. I hope everyone has seen non-originating. Now question 15, washing machines. Yes, okay, Naomi is a reaction. Okay, so 15, we are almost there. So question 15, 8450. You see the chapter, the rule. 8450, 53, 50 is, so 8450 is here. So manufacture in which the value of all material used does not exceed 60% of the product. Okay, so material content criteria. So you can see we have qualifies under material content, so less than 60%. More than 60% non-originating, there's non-originating. So Angola and sold at an ex-works of 1,000, so ex-works is 1,000. Sorry. Material from China is 350, and then we are accumulating with materials from Cameroon. So material content will be non-originating, which is 350 from China. Cameroon is a state party, so we are accumulating with materials from Cameroon, and then the ex-works price is 1,000. So this will give us, so those are the only materials that we were given, times 100. So this gives us 35%. And the rule is should be less than 60%. So Cameroon is a state party. So the materials we are using from Cameroon are going to be, we are accumulating with materials from Cameroon. So for the ones who are saying non-originating, I hope you have seen that Cameroon is a state party. So only 350 is the non-originating material. Okay. So Cameroon is a state party. Only China is the third party, which means material from China is the one that is non-originating. So we move on to question 16. So we're in question 16. 3 more questions to go, and then we take a break, maybe up to 40 past. So question 16, volunteer. You can either use the chat or you can unmute yourself. So let me just check out the criteria in Appendix 5. So Sandra is saying originating. So thank you, Sandra. 8544. So 8544. So we have some exception in 85. Let's confirm whether we have 44. 44, so we still need to go down. 85, 44, 47. Okay, so 85, 44 will have, it's not part of the exception, so we'll go to the general chapter rule, which is most likely material content. You can just confirm. So 85, here it is. So manufacture in which the value of all the material used does not exceed 60% of the ex-works price. So that's the chapter rule. So it means 60%. So we have non-originating material from Thailand, from Japan, and then South Africa is originating. South Africa is a state party. So this is non-originating. Japan and Thailand plus the labor cost to get the total cost. So Thailand and Japan, that will be 200. Okay, you can see Melanie is saying 54%. So 200 over 370 times 100. So that's 54%, which is less than 60%. So it's going to be considered originating. So thank you so much. I can see also there are Juliana, 54%, Sai, Francis, so originating. So thank you so much. Question 16. So we move on to question 17. We are almost there. So 84, 81. So question 17, volunteers, and we get to have a break. So Sarah is saying originating. So are we in agreement for question 17? It's originating. So Sandra is saying originating 38%, which is less than 60%, originating. So I hope all the other members are also following up. So it's 38% of the ex-works price. And I think when you go to Appendix 4, the material content criteria will be the rule. So we move on to question 18 for the pens. Okay, you can see there are members who are agreeing for question 17. So now question 18. So we are almost there. We can take a break and then we continue for what we are slotted to do for today. So Tendai, you are saying it's originating in Malawi. Are we in agreement? So Francis is saying originating, there's accumulation. So we have materials from Egypt. So materials from Egypt, it means we are going to be accumulating, and it gives us less than 60%. So thank you, Francis. Thank you, Daka. So it's originating. So we move on to, okay, thank you, Zahira. So you can see we are in agreement, it's originating. So we move on to, thank you, it was Vivian. So I think we are able to follow that we need to look at the chapter rule from Appendix 4, and sometimes we may need to reference Annex 2 in order to be able to determine the origin of the goods. So question 19. Question 19. I see Alan. I think Alan Morumbwa saying originating. So are we in agreement for question 19? So Melanie is saying originating. Okay, Sai in agreement. Vivian also in agreement. Zahira originating. Ndaka, Francis, and also there are more members saying they're originating. So question 19 is originating. So remember to refer to Appendix 4 to see the applicable criteria. And then now if you need to do the calculation. Okay, so Ivy is saying it does not qualify under the change in tariff heading. So we need to confirm the applicable rules for 19. So 940405. So 9405. So there are exception to chapter 94. So 9405. So we use the chapter rule. So 9405. We only have the chapter rule unless it's 9403. So 9405, the rule is manufacture from materials of any heading. So that's 9403, and our product is 9405. So manufacture in which the value of all material used does not exceed 60% of the ex-works price of the product. So its material content, 9403 is the one that has CTH, but our product is 9405, which means it will be covered by the chapter rule since we don't have it separately. So IP, we able to pick that 9405 will be covered under 94. So Ivy, are you able to pick 9405 is going to be covered under the general chapter rule, which is chapter 94, that's material content criteria. So the last question, so for the toys, so 9503, let me just 9503 So 95, we have CTH, and then we have material content criteria. So chapter 95, there are no exception. So it's either CTH or material content criteria. So that's our last question. So Sandra is saying originating. So change in tariff heading. So Zahira is saying non-originating, it exceeds 60%. Non-originating, so it's 62%. But remember, we have two rules. We have change in tariff heading. So for change in tariff heading, we have China. China is 39, chapter 55, Indonesia 82, and then the rest are originating materials. So they're accumulating from Malawi, South Africa, and Kenya. So under change in tariff heading, it will qualify because 9503, and then we have 39, 55, and 82. So CTH, it qualifies. And then for material content, so 13 plus 15, that's 28, 31. So 31 is the non-originating materials over 50, so that's 62%. I hope we can see. Okay, so thank you so much, everyone. So CTH, it qualifies, but material content does not qualify as originating. And that marks the end of our exercises. Unless there's any specific concern or any question, we can call it well done. We can clap for ourselves for the work well done. We are able to kind of shift between Annex 2, Appendix 4 in determining the origin of the goods. And that we can say we have achieved so much so far during this week. So thank you so much, everyone. We can take a break and maybe we come back 50 past, if that's okay. So it's 38 past, so 50 past, so around 12 minutes. We catch up our breath and then we continue. Yes. Oh, so when we get back, I will handle the questions that were there before we started the exercise, and then we will continue with our presentation. So meet 50 past. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. Maybe I can get some reaction to show that we are back so that we can continue with our program.
Yes, ma'am, you can continue.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I can see reactions, so we can
Then we are
continue.
in.
So before we, yes. Share the presentation. So before I start on the registration of exporters, there were comments before we started the exercise. So Bagilo, you're saying, I'd like to know if there's a mechanism or clause in place under AfCFTA that requires member states to disclose a list of uh, to disclose a list of producer, manufacturers under special economic zones, processing zone, as goods from EPZ are not supposed to be accorded preferential treatment to ensure transparency and fair trade among states. So, Gagilo, you're saying if there's a mechanism, so you'll find that for the AfCFTA, the members agreed to recognize the goods that are produced in these special economic zones or special economic arrangements, but they have to meet the origin criteria that has been set. So the way we were doing the exercise determining the origin, so if the goods that are produced in those special economic zones are meeting the origin criteria, then they will be considered originating and they'll be given preferential treatment. So the only kind of issue at hand, you'll find that under the AfCFTA, we recognize that the goods produced are going to be considered originating and we can sell them within the state parties. But you'll find that like for the East African community, we treat those special economic zones as foreign territory. So it means that the goods that are produced in those special economic zones, when they are sold, they will be charged duty. So that's where maybe there's need for us to harmonize so that we can be able to benefit from the special economic zones. And I think the AfCFTA members agreed to recognize them because you find that it's one way of attracting investment into the state parties. So the provisions is that we may need to align or to harmonize with the regional economic communities provisions relating to the special economic zones. But for the AfCFTA, they have said provided they meet the origin criteria. So we have seen how to determine the origin criteria of the goods. So if they meet the origin criteria, then they're going to be given preferential treatment. The only now issue at hand is how to harmonize with the special economic zones provisions in the different regional economic communities. So I hope, Gagilo, you are okay on that. And then I think there was another comment from, I can't remember who, but it was in relation to AGOA. Oh, it's here. Takaitzwa. So you're saying AGOA has expired and sub-Saharan African countries, we need to think outside the box and look for alternative market as we await for possible renewal or extension or even other arrangement. So you'll find that there are countries that have started to negotiate with the US under different arrangement. And also we are yet to see already kind of this turbulent environment in the US in relation to trade with other countries. So we are 50-50 whether AGOA is going to be renewed or not because of the new administration. So you find that it's a kind of a wait and see situation. But we find that people are pushing for us to be able to utilize the AfCFTA. It's kind of like now, since AGOA is ending, and also the policies issue that are being put up by President Trump are also kind of making our trade environment not very predictable. So you find that people now are pushing for operationalization of the AfCFTA so that we can be able to benefit from that. So I think those are the two comments that were there before we started the exercise. I think I didn't leave any issue. So I think Wagilo, you're now okay, given the views. So today we're going to look at registration of exporters. So you find that registration of exporters is very important in relation to the AfCFTA because at least it easier to administer the rules of origin and also to be able to trace who is manufacturing the goods, are they originating, and also the import country is assured that when we get these goods, they are actually originating, and when we give this preferential treatment, we are not on the losing end, but we are also gaining as we import those goods. So registration of exporter is in Article 20 of Annex 2. So companies wishing to be registered as exporters should submit a written application on a form together with supporting evidence to the competent authority. So you'll find that the companies who want to be registered will need to submit a written application, so to request to be registered, and also they will need to give supporting evidence in relation to how they produce their goods. That's where we get confidential information in relation to rules of origin, which we need to keep it as confidential. So the designated competent authority may grant the status of approved exporter subject to any conditions considered appropriate. So you find that the designated competent authority is the one that is going to kind of have a checklist. Okay, the goods are required to meet the origin criteria, but you'll find that the designated competent authority may require more document in relation to registration apart from the one to show that the goods are actually originating. So upon a registration, an exporter shall be issued with a registration number, so that you'll find that when these exporters are registered, a list is going to be distributed to the other state parties that we have registered XYZ company in Kenya. They produce tea bags which are originating. So you find that the other state parties will know that XYZ is a registered approved exporter, and they manufacture tea that is originating in Kenya. So the list is going to be distributed to the other state parties so that they are aware that these are the registered exporters in different state parties, and which products they manufacture, and those products are under which HS classification. So consideration when granting approved exporter status, so how frequent the exporter exports originating goods to the other state parties, their knowledge of the rules of origin. So for them to be able to be registered, they need to have knowledge concerning rules of rules of origin for the AfCFTA. Applicant ability to provide evidence to support the origin status of the goods, so they are able to show the cost that they have incurred in relation to the manufacturing of the goods. If maybe it's a specific manufacturing process, they are able to show how they carry out that process, and that process is sufficient and not an insufficient process. Maybe it can be compliance record with customs laws, and also their ability to meet obligation placed upon by the competent authority. If they are required to allow the customs officer to do verification and maybe once in a while to do random checks, then it means they are able to meet the obligation, so they may be registered as an approved exporter. So revocation of approved exporter. So an exporter who has been registered as an approved exporter will need to comply with the rules of origin, and also he should not misuse that registration, maybe by allowing someone else to use their registration to export their goods as qualifying for origin while they don't qualify. So the designated competent authority may withdraw the authorization at any time if the approved exporter no longer provide the guarantee of verifying origin. So when the customs officer want to go and verify whether the goods are originating, the exporter maybe bars them from accessing their premises to see how the goods are manufactured. So it means that maybe he's doing something that is not supposed to do. He no longer fulfills the conditions considered appropriate. Maybe he has started not complying with customs laws, so that one can be revoked, or otherwise makes an improper use of the authorization. So he gives someone access to export under their name, well, those goods are not originating. So that's on revocation. So that's a registration, and there's a form for Kenya that we use to register approved exporter. So let me share. Maybe the other members, your country also has a similar registration form, or maybe you may require the exporter to just write a letter to express their interest to be registered as an approved exporter. So let me share the form so that you see how it looks like. Is it So that's a sample of a registration form. So the exporter applies in this form. So you'll find that it helps, instead of maybe writing a letter to be registered, you'll find that this form kind of provides the exporter with enough you can say questions that he will be able to share the information in relation to his company and also to his operations in producing the goods. So you'll find that full name of exporter, their PIN, so their tax PIN number, their address, physical location, the person who is going to be the contact person, email address. So you'll find that there are different category. Is it a company? Is it a manufacturer? So a manufacturer is the one that is producing the goods themselves. is a sole proprietor, is a supplier or distributor. And then you'll find that for Kenya, they have made the work easier. If maybe the manufacturer intends to export in different markets, then you'll find that he can apply for registration to the different market. He doesn't have to make several application for him to be registered. If he intends to export to EAC, fill another form for exportation to COMESA, fill another to the EU, fill another for export and to the US or even for the AfCFTA. He can apply at the same time, specifying which market he intends to sell his goods. So those are details that he will fill in relation to the goods, and then he will need to declare, and then there's an official use, and then you'll find that. So in case maybe the space is not enough, maybe he can attach more papers or sheet of paper to include more information. And then depending on which product he's selling or is going to export, he may be required to have some certificate or license or permit from those maybe issuing government agencies. Maybe he's exporting minerals, so he may need to have a mining license for minerals. Maybe he's exporting fresh produce, so he may require to have a certificate or a permit or a license from the Ministry of Agriculture. So depending on the specific product, he may be required to provide extra documentation to support their application for registration. So that's a form for Kenya that they use is used by exporters to apply to be registered as approved exporter under the different preferential arrangements available. Okay, Stephanie, you're saying, I repeat on the specific market. So if the producer has different market he wants to sell, to export to Tanzania, then it means he will be exporting under EAC. So we will specify my intended market, Tanzania and Uganda. So those are under EAC. Maybe he also want to export to Mauritius and Egypt, so that will be market under COMESA. Maybe he want to export to Netherlands, so he will indicate. Also for GSP, maybe he want to export to Japan. He also want to export to the US, and then maybe under AfCFTA he wants to export to Ghana. So he's specifying which market he intends to export to, so that they will be able to be advised. Because remember, the rules may be different for the different preferential arrangement. Remember, material content for EAC and COMESA is different, or for COMESA and AfCFTA is different. So it means the same product may meet origin criteria in EAC, but not meet origin criteria in COMESA. So that's the Kenyan form has been kind of summarized to ensure that when an approved exporter is applying, he can apply for several of the preferential arrangements that are available for Kenya. So I hope, Stefano, you're okay. Okay, so Alzira is saying also the same for South Africa. So when the approved exporter is applying, he can apply for several of the preferential arrangements that are there. So Alzira is saying same with South Africa, also online. So Stefano is saying, so registration to be approved exporter is performed only once, but you can update your intended market if necessary. So if you intend to change the market, maybe you are only registered to export to EAC and COMESA, but now you want to export to an FCFTA state party, maybe the ones we don't have arrangement, maybe to Nigeria, to Ghana, then a verification may need to be done. So because you are registered for EAC and COMESA, and maybe the rules may not be the same for AfCFTA for that product. But if you are registering for several, you can do it the first time for several of those arrangements. And there is a comment for Mauritius. So in Mauritius, they also have a prescribed form for eligible exporter to be registered. So recently we have shifted to e-registration whereby the potential exporter can apply online. So thank you, Mauritius, that is Randir. So you find that they have a specific form to use, so it makes the work easier because now you are able to get the specific information that is needed. So that's registration of exporter. So we go back to our presentation. So proof of origin. So, okay. Sorry, let me do something for about 3 minutes and then I come back. Okay, sorry for that. So we look at proof of origin. So also a very important aspect in relation to preferential rules of origin. So certificate of origin serve as evidence to enable the goods to be accorded the tariff treatment that is being sought. So It also helps in verifying the country in which the goods were manufactured. So there are different type of issuing of a certificate of origin. So we have authority issued certification, including e-certificate. So the authority issued certificate, you'll find that there's a competent authority who has been designated to be issuing the certificate. Also, it can either be the physical one or the e-certificate. So you'll find that this mostly will be government authorities, and we have seen most of our countries, we have customs administration, or it may be either chambers of commerce who are the ones issuing the certificate of origin. And then we have approved exporter system. So you'll find that or the approved exporter system can be in relation to the origin declaration. So the exporter is the one that issue a document as a proof of origin, and you'll find that that is going to be accepted in the import country. But this one will that's why there's need for registration of the exporter. So, but you'll find that depending on the members, you'll find that they may just prefer the authority issued certification or either physical or the e-certificate. And then fully exporter based certification. So it means any exporter, whether registered or not, can issue that statement that the goods are originating, or sometimes there are preferential arrangement where they rely on the importer as a person who will declare or show that the goods are originating from the export country. So depending on the members, whichever system they agree and how it's going to be working for them. So the certificate of origin is in Appendix 1, and then we have also an origin declaration. So an origin declaration is issued by an approved exporter, and then any exporter can issue a statement provided the product is valued less than 5,000 US dollars. So an approved exporter can issue an origin declaration, but any exporter can also issue, you can say, an origin declaration if the value of the goods is less than 5,000 US dollars. So the exporter applying for the issue of a certificate of origin shall submit at the request of the designated competent authority all appropriate documents approving the originating status of the product concerned, as well as the fulfillment of the other requirement under Annex 2. So you'll find that this case may only be applicable in the first instance, but you'll find that since this exporter has been registered as an approved exporter, then in subsequent exportation, he will find that he will only attach a document relating to exportation, maybe the invoice, the customs declaration, but not every time he is going to attach the evidence showing the production of the goods. So you'll find that in the first instance he may be required, but if he is a registered exporter, he may not even be required when he ships or export the goods to be attaching those evidence showing that the goods are originating. So supporting documents can be the invoice, can be in relation to if he's using materials that he sourced from the state parties, so he's cumulating, he may be required to produce a certificate of origin, maybe invoices of the non-originating materials, but this is the first instance when he wants to be registered. After that, he may not be required to provide many documents. He will just be providing documents relating to the exportation of the goods. So we have issuance of certificate of origin, that's Article 23. And then we have duplicate certificate of origin, so Article 25. So in case the certificate that has been issued maybe is lost, if maybe we our country is not yet in the e-certificate, we are still using the manual certificate or the hard copies. So if it's lost, then a duplicate certificate of origin is issued, and that duplicate certificate of origin will be a totally new certificate, and but still it will quote the number or the serial number of the previous certificate that was issued. So just in case maybe that certificate that was lost was found and maybe someone decide to use it while they are not registered, then at least this duplicate certificate is going to remove that misuse. And then replacement certificate of origin. So replacement certificate of origin is where goods have been shipped to one of the state parties, so they have been exported to one of the state parties. But when the goods are received there, before they are cleared from customs, maybe the importer changes their mind. So for the exporter in the first state party, instead of him having to return the goods to his country and maybe a neighboring country to the country where he was initially selling can buy those goods, he can just request for a replacement certificate. So a replacement certificate is going to be issued in the second country, but the officer is going to say that these goods were originating from the first state party. So if maybe the goods were produced in Kenya, so we are exporting those goods to Lesotho. So the goods have arrived in Lesotho before they are cleared in by customs. The importer changes their mind. So instead of us bringing back the goods to Kenya, and maybe there's someone in South Africa who can buy the goods, we will request in Lesotho to be issued with a replacement certificate. So the replacement certificate will quote the certificate that was issued in Kenya, and then it will say the goods are originating in Kenya. Since in Lesotho, they were still under customs control, so there was no manipulation. So it will say that the goods are originating from Kenya, but since now this is a replacement certificate, it's going to be signed in Lesotho. So it will save the Kenyan manufacturer from having the goods being returned to Kenya and then now being transported again to South Africa. So that's why we have this replacement certificate to cover those instances where maybe the goods have been exported and then now they have to be re-exported to a third state party because of one reason or another, but they have not been interfered with. So those are the areas we need to note in relation to certification of origin under the AfCFTA. And then we have exemption from proof of origin. So there are instances where you are not required to produce a certificate of origin. So if you get a small consignment addressed to a private person or a traveler's personal luggage, so you'll find that you are not required to produce a proof of origin. Or import of occasional nature and personal or family use, so it's not for commercial purposes, then you're not required to provide a proof of origin, provided that the small parcels are valued at less than 500 US dollars, or the personal luggage when you travel is less than 1,200 US dollars. That is for the goods that you are bringing in that are new, not the ones that you left with from your country, but maybe you bought some souvenirs from the other country. So those souvenirs should not exceed 1,200 US dollars. So there's exemption from proof of origin. And then I had mentioned about fairs or exhibition when we were covering the key concept. So you'll find that the rules concerning customs clearance of goods that are brought in because of fairs or exhibition will apply. So that's a certificate of origin. So that's the template. So it requires details of the exporter, importer. So this box 3, where it's written official use, that's where we endorse. So here is where we will write. We'll write duplicate certificate, and then you will quote the previous certificate, or you will quote it's a replacement certificate, so you will quote the Kenyan certificate that was initially issued. So replacement certificate. So that's where it's endorsed for official use in box 3. And then there are details relating to the goods, description of the goods, weight, HS code and the origin criteria. And then have declaration by the exporter. So the exporter will sign. And then certification of origin. So this is where the designated competent authority will sign. So if it's customs administration, the customs officer will sign here. And then when the goods leave the country at the exit point, that's where we'll also get another customs officer signing under box 15. And you'll find that there are countries whereby box 14 may be signed by another entity, maybe chambers of commerce, but you'll find that box 15 is going to be signed by customs. And then at the back of the certificate, there is request for verification by importing state party. So in case there are any doubt concerning either the certificate or the documentation or the goods themselves, then the import country is going to make the request on this part that we need your confirmation that the goods are actually originating from your country. And then the exporting country will reply here that we confirm actually those goods are originating, or maybe those goods are not originating in our country. Maybe the person is trying to take advantage to be given preferential treatment. So that's the back of the same certificate. So this will be filled when there are issues that need need to be clarified. So that's the certificate of origin. So proof of origin. Okay, so Alzira is saying both 14 and 15, it's signed by them during processing. So since in South Africa, customs is the designated authority, and then now we have customs clearing the goods. So thank you, Alzira, for that. So this is a field certificate of origin. So that was the first shipment from Kenya. And you can find that the certificate is serialized 0001. So that was the first certificate that was issued in Kenya. And this is our colleague, Stephen Tioni, who signed the first certificate. And then there are details regarding the exporter, what was being exported. And in case maybe there are few items that are being exported, it's good to kind of to cancel out the empty space, so that maybe especially when it's a hard copy certificate or the manual certificate, because you don't want maybe the exporter to add other items, maybe they don't qualify as originating. So it's good to cancel out, not with a lot of lines, but just kind of maybe one and then you like a Z to show that there is no other commodity that is going to be exported under this certificate of origin. And here we have a registration number. So this one in Kenya, we KEN for Kenya, and then this was registered in Nairobi. He's a producer, and then the number is the kind of designating which maybe is the 5,141 exporter to be registered. So basically that's certificate. So validity of proof of origin. So the certificate of origin is supposed to be valid for 12 months from the date of issue. So we expect that the certificate is going to be presented within the 12 months from the date of issue. So if the it's going to be the members presume that if we are issuing the certificate within 12 months, it will be presented in the import country. So we assume if the goods are coming from Cairo to Cape Town in South Africa, so within 12 months, they will have been transported. If they're using road, then by 12 months, the certificate will have been presented. And then preservation of documents. So documents and records relating to rules of origin are supposed to be preserved for at least 5 years. So Idrissa is saying, what is the validity period for proof of origin for EAC? So for EAC is 6 months from the date of issue. So remember also for EAC, we have less members and most of us are neighboring each other. So we expect within 6 months, those goods will have been received in the import country. So for AfCFTA is 12 months, but for EAC is 12 months. So preservation of records in relation to rules of origin, they're supposed to be preserved for at least 5 years. So remember the documentation, the evidence that the exporter or the manufacturer will provide when they want to be registered. So we need to preserve those documents for at least 5 years. But we also need to note that our different countries may have a longer period that is required for preservation of official documents. So if maybe our country, the number of years is more than 5, then we are going to go with the more than 5 years. So I think Rwanda, they have 7 years of preservation of official document. So if you are in Rwanda, it means those documents will have to be preserved for 10 years. But the meaning, it's I think either 7 or 10 years, so we'll have to preserve them for that period. So if your country is less than 5 years, we'll go with the 5 years for the rules of origin documentation. This is for post-clearance audit and also to review whether there are members who are utilizing the preference or maybe members are not utilizing the preference because the rules are very strict. So some of the designated competent authority for the AfCFTA. So for Kenya, it's KRA, so the Customs Administration. Tanzania is the Chambers of Commerce. Botswana, Unified Revenue Service. Zambia, Revenue Authority. Malawi, Revenue Authority. Ghana, Revenue Authority. Nigeria, Customs Service. Mozambique, Ministry of Industry and Trade. Uganda Revenue Authority, Rwanda Revenue Authority, Namibia Revenue Agency, and Mauritius Revenue Authority. So those are some of the designated competent authority that issue certificate of origin under the AfCFTA. So we have customs cooperation. So that's part 4 of Annex 2. So there's need for customs cooperation amongst the different customs administration in the state parties. So the state party shall cooperate in the uniform administration and interpretation of Annex 2, and through their designated competent authorities assist each other in verifying the origin of the product in which a certificate of origin is based. So you'll find that we need to cooperate and also in the uniform interpretation of Annex 2. And I think this platform for this week has been we are trying to achieve this, that we are now interpreting Annex 2 and Appendix 4 in the same way that we are able to see how the goods are originating with the provided information. So I think we are achieving that. By the end of the week, we'll have achieved that. And then also to be able to comply and also have cooperation in relation to verification of origin. So in case a member is in doubt to the origin of the goods, they can request the export country to provide more information. So notification for purposes of facilitating the verification of or assistance, the designated competent authority of the state party shall through the Secretariat exchange their respective addresses, their specimen of the stamps and signature used in their offices for the issuance of the certificate of origin. So you'll find that to be able to know who are the designated competent authority, so state party will provide the addresses of their designated competent authority, their specimen signature, and also the signature of the officers that are issuing the certificate of origin. So state parties shall notify each other immediately through the Secretariat of the approved exporter. So also the approved exporters in the different state parties, we need to send notification to the Secretariat that these are the approved exporter in Kenya, these are the approved exporter in Zambia, these are the approved exporter in Mauritius, so that we are able to facilitate trade. And then we have mutual assistance, that's Article 35. So in order to ensure the proper application of Annex 2, state parties shall assist each other through customs authorities or designated competent authority. Like the case for Tanzania, we have the Chambers of Commerce as the designated competent authority in checking the authenticity of the certificate of origin, the origin declaration or the supplier's declaration, and the correctness of the information given in these documents. So information and verification of certificate of origin. So a competent authority may, in exceptional circumstances and notwithstanding the presentation of a certificate of origin issued, require further verification of the information contained in that certificate of origin or origin declaration. So basically, it requires us to be able to cooperate with each other so that we are able to facilitate trade, able to allow the manufacturers, the traders, or the exporters to gain from the preferential arrangement or the preferential treatment. So let me share a sample. Though this one is for EAC, a sample specimen signature that was shared. So I have two sample signature that were shared, even though they are so this is from Uganda. So we have a ginger signature. So you'll find that they will share the name of the officers, their signature, and the specimen stamp. Sorry, I'm not able to turn the document, but I hope you can just get the gist that we need to notify the other state parties or its partner state or member state that who are the officers assigned to certify the certificate of origin. And if maybe there are several, there are different border exit points, and maybe there are different officers in different custom station, then you need to provide if there are different officers that sign. So this is one for Entebbe. So there's the name of the officer, the specimen signature, and then the stamp that is used maybe for that station. So that's just you need to notify. So when you change the officers, maybe an officer is transferred and he's no longer in that station, you will need to notify of that is no longer the one signing. So you will need to provide the specimen signature, the name of the new officer, and also the stamp. So that's on proof of origin. And the last part is on advanced ruling. So an advanced ruling is a way to enable exporters or traders or importers to know what are the applicable origin criteria so that they can be able to organize themselves when they import or they export those goods. So an advance ruling means written opinion or authoritative decision by an authority empowered to render it with regard to the tax consequences of a transaction or proposed transaction or an assessment in regard thereto. So you'll find that it's a written opinion, so that is given by customs, and you'll find that an advance ruling can be in relation to origin, valuation, or classification. So an advance ruling is needed to enhance certainty and predictability of cross-border trade transaction. So if you are able to get the classification of the goods before maybe you import them into the country, and maybe that classification is tied to the rate of duty that is payable, then you are able to know that when I import this product, then this is going to be the duty that is going to be chargeable because it's classified under this HS classification. Or if you get an importer requires for advanced ruling on origin, then they will be able to know whether I'm going to be given preferential treatment or I will be charged most favored nation tariff rate. And also advanced ruling are important when you're doing cross-border trading. So you are aware what is required in the export country or what is required in the import country. So you'll find that WTO agreement on rules of origin touches on advanced ruling. Trade facilitation agreement also touches on advanced ruling. which means it helps in facilitating trade, and then WTO technical guidelines on advanced ruling for classification, origin, and valuation, and then under the AfCFTA Annex 4, there is also mention of advanced ruling under trade facilitation. So you'll find that the advanced ruling has to be issued in a reasonable time bound manner. So you'll find that if an importer or a trader makes an inquiry in relation to either advanced ruling on origin, then you don't say that we are going to reply next year. Maybe next year he will not be able to import those goods. So there must be a time bound that if we get an inquiry for an advanced ruling, then within 1 month we want to have given a feedback to the person who is making that inquiry. And then when a decision is made, then the customs are going to publish those advanced rulings such that if there is another person who is interested in relation to the same product, he will first see was an advanced ruling given before for this product. If not, then he can make that written request. So the feedback shall be issued in writing to the applicant. So when a decision is made, it's going to be given in writing to the applicant. So an advanced ruling process commences with a written request from an importer. So an importer will make a request, or an exporter or any other party that is interested to get an opinion or a ruling on the issue that they have concerning a certain product. So application should be made prior to the importation of the goods, and it may be made by means of a standardized form. So this is a template that is for WCO. So kind of it gives a template so that the member can customize for their own administration. Maybe they will use their own logo in relation to the advance request that is being made. But basically, you'll find that the information contained will be similar in any advance ruling request or application. So it has to be made in writing to a competent authority and to relate to only one product. So if an importer or a trader or an interested party has several products that he wants an advance ruling, he will have to make several applications, because the advance ruling application should be conclusive, that you give or all details are given concerning that product so that a decision can be reached by the competent authority. So if there are several products, then it means several applications have to be made. The customs department will issue an advance ruling within 30 days upon receipt of all the requisite of information, but not later than 150 days. So that's the recommendation from WTO, that it should be issued within 30 days, but up to 150 days. But you'll find that customs administration may thrive to issue that advance ruling even in less than 30 days. Yes, Edwin, I'll share the document later in the course page. So an advance ruling is valid for 12 months and it take effect on the date of issuance as specified in the ruling. So it's valid for 12 months unless there are conditions that relate to that product that may change, then it may be revoked. So an advance ruling may be denied if there is insufficient information. So the information provided is not sufficient for the customs administration to make a decision, then it may be denied. or where there's no relation or intended use of a customs procedure. Maybe someone is buying goods locally from an industry. So you find that there's no customs procedure that is going to be involved. So it means that there's no issuance of advance ruling. So it's going to be denied. Where a request has already been made on behalf of the applicant using the same circumstances. So remember, it has to be issued within 30 days. So maybe this person is impatient, so he's now making another request, so it can be denied because the first one has not been given. And where the matter is being arbitrated or before the courts, then it can be denied. So revocation, so an advance ruling that has been given can be revoked if amendments are made to the laws in relation to that product, if the conditions relating to the ruling have not been satisfied. So maybe you are saying you wanted to inquire about importation of laptop, whether you're going to be given preferential treatment or not. So you are saying you are going to import laptops from South Africa, but when you import the laptops, you bring them from China. So already the condition relating to the ruling have not been satisfied because you are going to import from South Africa, but now you're importing from China. So that one can be revoked. If you fail to fulfill on an obligation imposed under the ruling, so maybe it says that when you are bringing in those goods to be given preferential treatment, you need to attach a certificate of origin, but you have not attached a certificate of origin, so it's going to be revoked. If a ruling was given using incomplete, incorrect, or false or misleading information, then it can also be revoked. So there's still room for appeal in case maybe the decision that has been given is not satisfying to the importer or the exporter, then they can appeal for that decision, and we find that the appeal is going to be done to a higher body compared to the person who issued the ruling. So if we have a customs officer that had given that ruling, and maybe the importer or the exporter want to appeal, then he's going to appeal to a higher officer, to the one that gave the decision. And then you'll find that all advance ruling will be published either through the internet. So for Kenya, you'll find that they publish the advance ruling in their website, so that in case a ruling has already been made for a particular product, then there's no need for an advance ruling application to be done for the same product, because already a decision is there available. So that's on advance ruling. So challenges of the AfCFTA, we find that there are still outstanding issues. So not all products have specific rules. There are still some for automotive and textiles that are yet to be concluded. And then designation and notification of competent authorities. So there's need for sending the specimen signatures and designated officer who are going to sign the certificate of origin. And then automation of certificate of origin. So there are countries that are venturing into e-certificate, while there are still others that are still issuing the manual certificate. And then also issue in relation to the harmonized system edition. So you'll find that the one that we are using is under HS 2017, but you'll find that we are now under HS 2022. So those are kind of like challenges in relation to application of the AfCFTA. And then opportunities of the AfCFTA increase in the volume of intra-African trade. creation and strengthening of regional and continental value chains. Remember, we can accumulate materials and also we can accumulate processes. And then we hope we'll have increased export, job creation, and also sustainable development. And then government revenue to be less focused on customs, but more on internal taxes. So remember, when the industries established, you'll find that there are internal taxes that relate to maybe local production. So that will be the focus of government getting their revenue instead of getting revenue from customs duties. But also you'll find that the AfCFTA has other instruments that will be able to cushion some of these government loss of revenue from customs duties. So it's just for the government to take that initiative, that there are opportunities that will enable us to cushion ourselves so that we don't feel the effect of losing the customs duties, but we are able to redirect our effort in getting revenue from other sources. So that's it for today's presentation, unless there's any question from proof of origin, registration of exporters, advanced ruling. Let me share an advanced ruling application form. So that's an advanced ruling application form for Seychelles. And you'll find that other administration may have a similar form that requires the same information. So advanced ruling binding origin information. So this is for origin. So applicant details, the supplier country, trade agreement, the good details, so the product details, their description. You may need to attach manuals, brochures, pictures, so that when the decision is made is conclusive because all the information has been provided. Tariff classification, so still if maybe the goods, how they are produced, and then materials, describe all materials used in the manufacture of the goods, and then their signature and date. Remember, date is very important because you'll find that it has to be issued at least within 30 days or up to 15 or 150 days. So the date will ensure that the person who is making the inquiry is given the decision from 30 days, but if it's late, it can go up to 150 days. So this is Seychelles advanced ruling application form. And also maybe other state parties may have a similar form that requires the same information to be provided, but maybe it's now going to reflect on their have their logo, maybe their contact details, and maybe which division handles that inquiry. So that's on advanced ruling, so the application form. So any question or any clarification on what we have covered so far? Or any comment? So can I get some reaction to show we are together? Okay, thank you, Ranveer. Okay, thank you. I can see more reaction that we're here. So Zero is saying, did I miss your explanation on retrospectively? Okay, so Alzira, Annex 2, Article 23 also provide for certificate of origin to be issued retrospectively. So a certificate of issue of origin may be issued after the goods have been exported in case of maybe one reason or another. So that's Article 23, Annex 2. So a certificate of origin may be issued retrospectively. A good example was during COVID, whereby there was lockdown. You'll find that you go to an office, you want to be served, but you're told there are no officers there because maybe they are on. They have been quarantined, so you're not going to be served until maybe the officers are back. So you'll find that there were those instances where maybe a certificate cannot be issued. Maybe the officers are quarantined, so there's no other. Remember, we have the specific officers who are signing the certificate of origin. And if maybe they are not there, another officer can sign, but you'll find that that certificate is not going to be accepted because he's not a recognized signatory to the certificate of origin. So you'll find that maybe in those cases, you'll find that the exporter may not have a certificate of origin to present when the goods arrive in the import country. But since, remember, we have said that we need to supply details of the designated competent authority and also supply details regarding the approved exporter. So it means that this exporter is known in the import country that he exports originating goods. So for him, you'll find that he can be allowed to have the goods released to him, but under but under security bond. So the goods are going to be released to him under security bond, but you'll find that he is going to produce a certificate of origin when maybe the situation normalizes. So you'll find that he's going to have the certificate endorsed, issued retrospectively. So already the goods have been exported, but now is when the certificate is going to be issued. So the goods are going to be released to him, but under security bond to assure customs that in case he default already, the revenue is assured. So you'll find that that's when we say we issue the certificate retrospectively. So that's under Article 23 of Annex 2. So thank you so much, I think, Alzira, for highlighting that we need to mention that a certificate may be issued after the goods have been exported. Okay, thank you, Juliana. So registration of exporters are quite comprehensive. Thank you, Mutete. So Sora is saying the advanced ruling. So advanced ruling can be for origin, for valuation, or for classification. But for each aspect, it has to be done in one application. So if you want to know origin of the goods, you will make an application. You want to know the valuation of the product, make another application. you want to know classification, you make another application. And if you are bringing in or you want to inquire for several products, then you will have separate application for each of the product. So that's on advanced ruling. So each application for one inquiry and for one product. If you have several, you make several application, because you'll find that different products may have different kind of maybe the component or the ingredient or the raw materials that are used. And remember, you have the person who is making the inquiry has to be as thorough as possible. He may attach manuals, he may attach instructional material, he may attach pictures, or he may even need to attach a sample. So you find that that's why it's encouraged for each application for a specific product, it has to be done individually. So what are the conditions to be fulfilled when the supply is not the manufacturer and goods are shipped to the country of importation? So when the supplier is not the manufacturer, then we use the form in Appendix 3. So Appendix 3, Appendix 2. So Appendix 3, I'm sharing that form. So suppliers or producers declaration. So if the person who is exporting is not the one who manufactured the goods, then he will get this form from the manufacturer, and then this form will enable him to be able to get a certificate of origin. So Appendix 3 is the supplier or producer's declaration. So the person who is manufacturing the goods will fill this form and give to the person who is exporting the goods so that he can get a certificate of origin. So that's Faraji. Okay, Alzira, you're welcome. So Edwin is saying we keep in touch together. So at least we have the WhatsApp group, so we can be able to communicate, to continue networking and also interacting in the WhatsApp group beyond tomorrow. So Edwin, we're going to keep in touch. So Stefano asking, does AfCFTA allows joint on-spot verification? If yes, what are the procedures to follow? So you'll find that joint on-spot verification is allowed. So you'll find that you'll have to notify the secretariat that you want to do as joint on-spot verification, but you may need to cater for the cost of your officers who are going to do that joint on-spot verification. So that we need to keep in mind that when we want to do a joint on-spot verification, then the country that is going to the other country to do that verification will need to cater to the expense of their officers. So the hosting country will maybe make recommendation, maybe where you can be able to access accommodation, but for you, you're going to pay for your own accommodation. So when we are doing joint on-spot verification, the officers who are going to the other country to do the verification, they will cater for their own cost. So maybe their administration is going to sponsor them, but it's going to be at their own cost, whether they are sponsoring themselves or the administration will cater for that cost, but it's not on the country where the verification is going to be done. So that we need to keep in mind, Stefano, that we will cater for the cost of that verification. So Rukia, you're saying, what if the client is AEO? So remember, the AEO has been registered, but also if he wants to export and the AfCFTA, he needs to be registered as an approved exporter. So he will need to meet the requirement for registration as an approved exporter. Still, we need to do verification to confirm that the goods meet the origin criteria. Rukia, I can see you have raised your hand. Oh, okay, okay. So still, we need to, he needs to apply to be registered, and then we'll need to go and do the verification to see that the goods actually meet the origin criteria. So it doesn't matter whether the applicant is an AEO or not, but still we need to confirm that actually those goods are originating. Otherwise, you'll find that they may be an AEO, but they are also, they can be tempted to do maybe something that is not fit of their status as an AEO. So you need to keep in mind that if they want to be to apply to be registered as an approved exporter, they need to make the application, and also customs will need to do the verification to confirm actually those goods are originating. Maybe for them, the processes may be expedited so that kind of you don't inconvenience them, but still they have to be done. So I hope, Rukia, you're okay. Any other issue or any clarification? So we have a quiz to do before we call it a day, and maybe you get time to do the country presentation. There are countries that will need to do, remember the country exercises. So they will do country presentation and then also have a country exercise. So I think we have Uganda, there is Zambia. See which members. Kenya is also doing 2 presentations, but make them separate so that we'll start with the country presentation, and then lastly we'll do the country exercises so that we are able to listen in to the webinar. So Kenya, we have Zimbabwe, also have more than 10 members, Zambia, Uganda, Angola, and Tanzania. So I hope, and then Tanzania. So we have more than 10 members. So you do the country presentation, and then you're going to do the country exercises. Also, there's an evaluation. So I'll share the evaluation link so that you can fill the evaluation. Maybe you can give suggestion on how maybe we can be able to conduct this training in the future. Maybe there are issues that maybe were not covered, maybe we need to cover next time when we organize a training. So I'll share the evaluation link in the WhatsApp group. Try to fill it so that we get feedback on how the training was conducted, and maybe if there are any areas of improvement so that we can improve on how we offer this training in the future. Okay, so Edwin, maybe you can put that in the evaluation form so that maybe our administration might also sponsor a physical workshop so that we are able to meet physically and also see how best to understand rules of origin and how we can advance the implementation of the AfCFTA. So do we take a short break of maybe 10 minutes and then we do the quiz and then we break for the day? Or we can do the quiz and then we break until tomorrow, but you will need to organize yourself for the presentations. So a break, 15 minutes break. Okay, I can see we have a break and then this. Okay. We can continue quiz now. Let's break. Maybe I can prepare a poll so that it's not a very long quiz. Hopefully maybe in 30 minutes we'll be through. Okay. So I think Alzira, you may need to be patient a bit because I think the members were saying we can do the quiz and then break. So Alzira, sorry, you'll have to be a bit more patient. Rosaline, okay. Okay, we do 15 minutes break and then we come back and we do the quiz. So, because 15 minutes break, 15 minutes, so it's 20 past. We come back 35 past. Is that okay with everyone? So that we cover the ones who want a break, and then also for the ones who want to continue, you won't have to wait for long. So 15 minutes break and then we continue. So I think Alzira, that's okay. Rosaline, I think you wanted a break, 15 minutes break. Okay, I think Zahira was also supporting Alzira. So 15 minutes break and then we come back and do the quiz and then we call it a day. But you may need to organize yourself to have the presentation. And if your presentation is ready, you can share it. I'll share my email address, or you can WhatsApp me, and then I'll just have them ready for tomorrow. So that's my email address. So you can either email them to me or you can WhatsApp them. And then if you are done earlier, so that I can get them ready for tomorrow. So 15 minutes break, we come back. So 37 past, so it's 1:37, 12:37, and the 2:37. So 15 minutes break and we come back, we do the quiz and we call it a day, and then we prepare ourselves for tomorrow presentations and get ready for the live in listening to the webinar tomorrow. So 15 minutes and then we come back and do the quiz.
This meeting is being recorded.
So good afternoon. Welcome back. I hope everyone is back. I can get some reaction, thumbs up, show we are back. Okay, welcome Alzira. So but we'll be through within hopefully 30 minutes. Okay. Hope Roslyn, you're back.
Yes, Latifa, I'm back.
Okay. So we are going to do a quiz, but not really a quiz, kind of exams, quiz. It's more like a learning game. So I will share the instruction. So we're going to if you have, maybe you can use your phone with internet. And if maybe you are in an office, several of you, maybe you can team up so that we are able to get more participants to participate in the learning game. So if you maybe in office, you are several of you, and maybe you can be able to coordinate to present as a team. That will be great. So we're going to play a Kahoot. So what you need to do is you'll go to Google, just write Kahoot. So write Kahoot. So when you write Kahoot, it will request you to input a game pin. So I'll share my screen so that you can be able to see. So that's the game pin 252 when you go to Kahoot. So you Google Kahoot, Google Kahoot. So just write Kahoot in Google. So you'll find that kahoot.it. So when you click kahoot.it, you'll be able to see where you're going to put the game pin. So when you put the game pin and you enter, then it will require you to give your name, or if you are going to play several of you as a team, you'll give your name as a team, and then we can start off. We'll do one question as a trial so that we see how it goes. And then when we do that trial, I'll have to generate a new pin so that we can now do the whole quiz, all of it. So when you get to Kahoot, the game pin is 2526018. We'll do one question as a trial, and then now I'll generate another game pin so that we can be able to do the whole quiz together. So yeah, you can see we have members: Naomi, Mwani, Bridget, MRA. So I think MRA, we have a team there. Faraji. So if you are several members in our office, maybe you can coordinate to be a team. So Carlos, we are going to do a learning game, Kahoot. So when you Google Kahoot, you will get a page showing enter game pin. So you enter the game pin so that you can register either yourself, or if you are going to be a team, so you register as a team. So you can see more members are registering. Okay, good number. So I'll display a question for around a question for 20 seconds, but you need to answer before the time ends. So you'll find that in your gadget which you had registered, you will see only colors, but in the screen it will display the question and the answer. So when you look at the question and the answer and you have seen which is the answer, you're going to press the correct answer. And if you have answered correctly, you will get a point. And if you have answered fast, you will also get point. If the instruction are okay, I'll do one of the question. If we are okay, we can continue. If we are not, I'll generate another game pin, and then we start registering. And I can see we have reached our participant limit. So for the others, maybe you can just look at the questions so you'll be able to see. Okay, so it has some limitation. So for the others, maybe if you don't have a member, officers that you are in the same office, maybe you will just be watching and maybe seeing, also trying to root for your people. So we'll do a trial. So I'll start off with one for, I think I have a limitation of participant limit, so no more members can register. But I think we have some that have registered as teams. Thank you. So are we ready? So make sure you have a gadget that has an internet. So I'll start off the first one. So Wendy will start off at 9. So in your gadget, you only see red, blue, green, and yellow. So the right answer that you have seen, you will pick that color. So if you have seen green is the right answer, then you pick green. So it also has a time limit, only 20 seconds, so that you can answer within those 20 seconds. So when you are right, you get a mark, like you get point, and if you have answered correctly, you also get correctly and also fast. So you have to be fast. So the first question was, state the legal basis for non-preferential rules of origin. So we had said that non-preferential rules of origin are supported by national legislation. So we had 6 members who had answered, and then 2 of them answered fast and correctly. So are we okay? We continue with the sum or we start again? We continue with the one that we have already started? Okay, I'll share the screen to see the question. So for the ones who have not managed to get into the Kahoot, it's because also it has some limit. I have limit because of it's the free version that I'm using. So for the other ones, maybe you can just follow on the questions. So the questions do not display on your gadget. You'll find that it's from the screen that I'm sharing, you'll find that's where the questions are displayed. So that's where the questions are displayed. So in your gadget, you'll only be seeing the colors. So you, after identifying which is the correct answer, you'll click on that color. Are the instruction clear? We can start again or we can continue with the same one. The instruction are okay. We start again. So I generate another pin, game pin. Okay, so I'll generate another game pin and then we start again. So I'm generating another game pin. So you have to register again. So that's the new game pin, 703223. You can be a team to get more participants to join. So we have reached the limit. So for the others, maybe you can follow as the question are displayed. But remember, you have to get correctly, and then you do it fast. So because we only have 20 seconds. So I think Venice will follow from the screen. Sorry, don't worry, you can follow. Edwin will just have to follow from the shared screen because we have reached the limit for the participant for the game. So we are starting. Be ready with your gadgets. 20 seconds. So the question are displayed on my shared screen, and on your gadget you will only see the colors of the answer. Okay, so that's the first question. So state the legal basis for non-preferential rules of origin. So the non-preferential rules of origin are supported by national legislation. So we had 29 members. So the questions you will see on the screen I'm sharing, but on your gadget you only see the colors relating to the answers. So get ready. So that's the leaders scoreboard. So the members who are Esa, Adela, Maureen, RTC Kenya, Bridget, Temwani, you are leading. So remember, you answer correctly, and then if you are fast, that's where you get more marks. So we are going to the next question. So Agenda 2063 focuses on the Africa we want. So it's not Africa to the world or Africa we don't want, but the one that we want. So that's the focus on Agenda 2063. So score the scoreboard. So remember, the scoreboard can change anytime. It's not cast in stone that you may be on the first, but you'll find that it can change anytime until the last question. So we go on. So maybe you just check the screen I'm sharing. So advanced ruling should be given in writing. So it should not be given in audio or word of mouth, but it should be given in writing. Okay. product-specific rules or the origin criteria is found in Appendix 4 of Annex 2. So the others are Appendix 2, Annex 4, that's the other way around. So you can see also the ones who are following are also answering are getting the answer. So Appendix 4, which is expressed in Roman numbers, and then of Annex 2. Okay, so you can find yourself in the scoreboard. Nothing is cast in stone. We still have some more questions. So exemption of certificate of origin is in relation to personal items. So when you bring your own personal items, then you're exempted from a certificate of origin, and we have seen that should not exceed $500 or 1,200 US dollars. Azira, you are laughing at the other ones. We are on question 6 of 21. Okay. So one of the aim of AfCFTA is to create a single market. So you can see also the members who are following on the chart participating. So origin declaration is issued by the exporter. So find that the exporter is the one that issues the origin declaration, and you find that customs may issue the certificate of origin, either the paper copy or hard copy, or they can issue an e-certificate. So change in tariff subheading is the 6-digit HS change to the final product. So for the 4 digits, that will be heading. Okay, so documents that show originating status of input used in bilateral cumulation will be a certificate of origin. So if a manufacturer wants to cumulate, so he gets raw materials from the other state party, then he will have to have a certificate of origin to show that he is cumulating materials from the other state parties. So vessel of a state party refers to a ship registered in a state party that is going to bring in either fish or marine product from the high seas. So a product is made by simple assembly using only originating parts. So the key thing, two things we can notice is we have simple assembly, but what are we simply assembling is originating parts. So already the parts are originating, so it means the product is going to be originating because we have the originating part are originating. So whether we do a simple process on them or we do an insufficient process, it will still originate because they are originating parts. So a product is obtained by the simple assembly of non-originating materials, which are subsequently painted and packed. So we have non-originating materials, and they have just been done simple or insufficient processes. So simple assembly is insufficient, painted, insufficient, packed, insufficient. So a product is obtained by slaughtering an originating animal. The meat is obtained, is packed, labeled, and chilled. So we are slaughtering non-originating animals. So we had said that products from slaughtered animals, so raised therein. So it means that we are doing all insufficient process, slaughtering insufficient, packed insufficient, labeled insufficient, and also chilling is insufficient processes. So what is meant by change in tariff heading? So change in tariff heading is 4-digit HS change to final product. So 4-digit HS change to customs. Remember, we are changing to the final product. So the aim is to just twist the answers a bit so that it kind of, because of the time, you may pick a wrong answer, but your intention was to pick the right answer. So let's see how it's going. Okay. I can see Kalafane, you are on maintaining your position, but still we have around 6 more questions and anything can happen. So a customs union will find that the members will eliminate tariff and have a common external tariff. So CET and elimination of tariff. So free movement of factors of production that we'll get when we have common market, and then common currency is economic union or monetary union. So free movement of factors of production is when we have a common market. So Appendix 4 talks about origin criteria applicable or the product-specific rules. Certificate of origin is in Appendix 1. Producer's declaration Appendix 3. So Namrata, I can see you have come up. Kalafane, be on the lookout. Anything can happen. So the following express origin criteria in AfCFTA. So we have wholly produced, and then material content, and the change in tariff heading. We don't have simple mixing will be an insufficient process, so it's not an origin criteria. And then goods of economic importance is not applicable for AfCFTA. But we find that in COMESA, they have some flexibility in relation to their value-added criteria, where they designate goods as goods of economic importance. So certificate of origin that can be used for export to South Africa from Kenya. Remember, the only arrangement we have with South Africa is the AfCFTA. They are not in ESC, we are not in SADC. So it means that the only certificate that is going to be applicable is the AfCFTA certificate of origin. So South Africa is not in ESC, Kenya is not in SADC, and then the GSP is for the countries that are giving preferential to African countries, but they don't get the same reciprocal treatment. So you'll find that duty drawback is prohibited in many preferential rules of origin because it allows dual benefit. Because you find that a manufacturer will bring in raw materials, pay duty, and then claim duty drawback. And when they export the goods, they will also get preferential treatment. That's why duty drawback is prohibited in rules of origin. So apart from determining the duty treatment applicable, rules of origin is used to determine the correct values of goods. So we had seen the purposes of having rules of origin earlier when we started earlier in the week. So use rules of origin to determine values of the goods. And this is the last question, so we'll see who is going to be up there. So non-preferential certificate of origin is not issued by. So Ministry of Interior's security. So you'll find that certificate of origin may be issued by chambers of commerce or maybe Ministry of Trade, Customs. But you find that Ministry of either maybe Interior Security may not even be involved in relation to trade. And that marks the end for the Kahoot. So let's see who is on the leaderboard. Okay, Namrata, Melanie, and let's see who is on the. So I think we can give a round of applause for our leaderboards. Number 3, Namrata, Melanie, number 2, and number 1, Esa. If we are doing, we were in a physical class or workshop, there will have been some chocolate going around, or maybe tea bags. So you can let me know, and maybe when you get someone coming to your country, if you're not from Kenya, I can send a package bucket of tea bags in the leaderboard. So thank you so much, everyone, for participating. So thank you so much, everyone, for participating in the Kahoot. So that at least summarizes what we have done from Monday to today. And sorry for the ones that were not able to join, but at least you participated from the chat. So I think it summarizes whatever we have done for the week from the regional integration until advanced ruling. So thank you so much. So the leaderboard was from the ones who were able to join the Kahoot. So the other ones were from the chat. It was just because I couldn't add any more participants because of limitation. But I think also the ones who are following on the chat were kind of waiting for what it will happen. So thank you so much. We call it a day for today. So see you tomorrow at 9 and also be ready with the presentation. I'll share the countries exercises in WhatsApp. So for the ones who are doing an extra presentation, you can pick from there, but it's also in the course page. And also later, I will share the today's presentation. We have not hacked a way of uploading the recordings, but I'll see how best I can go about it so that we get the recording. So thank you so much. Have a lovely afternoon as you prepare your country presentation or finalize on it, and see you tomorrow at 9. Thank you, Edwin. I'm ready to receive the Ankole cow. I'm told they are called Ankole. I thought they were Museveni cow, but I was told it's Ankole cow. So Edwin, I'm ready to receive the cow. So thank you so much. Enjoy the afternoon. I'll share the ones who are doing an extra presentation in the WhatsApp group in case you don't want to go to the course page. Thank you and have a lovely afternoon. See you tomorrow at 9.